Started. Kara koutou, ka timata I tēnei hui, me te karakia, me noi tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atākura, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauriora. Well, mōrena I te iwi, no mahara mai ki tēnei hui o te Kōrau Tūāpapa, tuatahi e mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe, taranaki whānui te Aotearoa ngā tutua rangatira hoki. Yep, mōrena everybody, welcome to our beautiful big day of doing beautiful, big, awesome stuff. So we are going to crack right into it. So to begin with our formalities for the meeting, we'll start with apologies. So I've got some apologies from Councillor Randall for lateness and from the Mayor for lateness. Do I have any other apologies? Well, that is in our hands, but it will be a long day. So if you do have to leave at a particular time, you should probably let me know now. 4 o'clock? Okay, we're not going to get there, but let's take that just in case. Yep, and the Mayor is on council business. Yep. I don't think we won't get to 4 o'clock, so we'll leave those out. Yeah, we're not going to go to 4 o'clock, everybody, okay? That's called a manifestation. All right, so I move that we accept those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, thank you. And let's all vote. Cool, that's carried. And now I call for conflict of interest declarations. Does anybody have any conflicts of interest in relation to the papers today? No?
I might do, but it's amendments.
Oh, kapai, on the housing action plan? So what's the best process to go about that?
I'll just...
I think you need to declare it now. If it's... Could you just use the mic and maybe just give us a bit of a context about what that might be about?
It's with regard to the amendment for development contributions for, that's part of your amendment?
For community housing providers?
Yes. So as a community housing provider,
yeah,
and one that is doing a build,
yeah,
I believe that I'd be conflicted to make a decision on that point.
Okay, can I please get some advice on that, on how best to proceed?
Yeah.
So you want to declare that and you want to sit out of that paper?
Yeah, well, if that's the conversation, because I mean...
Well, I'm just asking for some advice, so can I get some advice?
It's only if it's accepted, eh? Because if it's not, then it won't be discussed. That's why I thought... Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. So declare it at the point and then...
Yeah, that's why I said I'd declare it then.
Cool, thank you. All right, so we've got none at this point. So moving on to confirmation of minutes. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? This is minutes. Okay, cool. That's seconded by Councillor Matthews. Okay, there are no items on the not on the agenda, so we're going to move to public participation. So I welcome...
So we're just waiting for a few people of the minutes just to vote.
Oh. Sweet, so that's carried. Okay, now we're going to move to public participation. So I want to welcome Geordie Rogers from Renters United to come and speak to us about the Housing Action Plan. Kia ora, Geordie. So you know how this goes. You've got 10 minutes and please leave any time for questions within that time if you'd like to answer any.
Will do. Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou katoa, no kutiri ana me engari I airana oku tipuna, ko Munro me Mackenzie toku iwi, ko Fernglen toku waka no Manawatu ki Ashurst au te whenua o Rangatāne iwi, Kōrau mai te awa, e noho ana au ki te whanganui a tara ki tapu te ranga, te whenua o Te Atiawa me Ngāti Toa. Ko Geordie Rogers taku ingoa, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. My ancestors originally came from England, Ireland and Scotland. They came out here on the Fernglen in 1876 before heading back to England for God knows what. And I grew up in Ashurst, which is in Manawatu, overlooked by the Rangatāne over there, which is pretty cool. I now live in Island Bay, Wellington, which is the land of Te Atiawa and Ngāti Toa. So I wanted to acknowledge all of the mana whenua that have looked over the land that I've lived on and had the privilege to be a part of. My name is Geordie and I'm the current president of Renters United. I wanted to first thank you, Madam Chair, for your invitation to participate, for all of the councillors that are here today, for what's a very full meeting, which is fantastic to see. And I wanted to thank every member that was going to be working today towards building a capital, which is hopefully the coolest little capital in the world, although I heard that apparently we're not going to use that term or something anymore. So what is Renters United? It's an advocacy group. It's national. It campaigns to make renting better for everyone in Aotearoa. We have members across Aotearoa, and in the last local body election, 115,000 people used our voting tools to inform their votes and help get some of you elected, which is fantastic to see that many people being engaged. As an organisation, we've helped secure improvements to the quality of our homes through the Healthy Home Standards, the end of no-cause evictions, fair rent in the middle of the pandemic through a rent freeze, and clear guidelines to protect our privacy during tenancy applications in partnership with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. I wanted to help try and set some context today around the crisis that we are in. I mean, we often hear words like the housing crisis and we get somewhat abstracted from it. So I wanted to share a couple of stories from people that we have worked with and talked to that kind of illustrate the need that we have today. So the first is Kirsty Vandermeer, who is a solo mother of two renting a small apartment while she pursues higher education. She's currently paying $850 for 3 bedrooms, 2 of which don't have windows. She vividly remembers her first night in the restored heritage building apartment. There were hundreds of little baby cockroaches coming out everywhere, like under the carpet in my room, coming out of the cracks of the carpet, coming out of the kitchen, the bathroom. Since then, she's had issues with bed bugs, plumbing, an unexplained sulphur odour, and elevators she feared could fail. But those aren't her biggest concerns currently. The mould is. Nausea, skin conditions, and allergies have plagued her since moving into this property. When I am feeling shortness of breath, it's like I'm going to suffocate, and I've thought to call the ambulance or emergency people a couple of times because I thought I was actually dying from this reaction I was having, and at that moment I was just very sick. I'm crook every day. Her children have similar experiences. Her son has a repeated respiratory infections, and last year was away from childcare almost all winter. Often she's having to choose between aerating the home by opening windows and trying to keep the heat in, neither having both. Her life, she said, has been ruined and she feels trapped because she can't afford to move, and the suggestion that she just finds a new property is infuriating. She summarised by saying, "I'm surprised I'm surviving." Children often face the brunt of poor quality housing. It is estimated that around 30,000 children are hospitalised with preventable illnesses every single year due to housing-related conditions that extend and exacerbate conditions like ammonia, pneumonia, asthma, bronchitis, and hospitalisation rates peak even further in winter. Another example is from someone else, someone that I know personally, and I guess illustrates what people would normally say is like a yo-pro, or someone who, you know, has all the money, has all the means, but is still feeling the brunt of the housing crisis. Teresa is a 26-year-old living in Island Bay. For years, she remembers living in cold, damp flats in and around Wellington, something people usually associate with Dunedin. She mentioned to me at one of our events this year that for the first time in her new flat, she realised it wasn't normal to be sick most of winter. Neither her or her flatmate spent half of the year sick at home with respiratory issues and colds. For every year that Teresa can remember, she would spend most of winter sick, taking up more than 10 days of sick leave. She aired out her flat, she heated it, she did everything she could to keep it warm, dry and healthy. But ultimately, all of that made little difference in the home itself because it wasn't well insulated, it wasn't well ventilated, and it was hard to heat. There's only so much medication can do to manage her asthma. Housing plays a large role in being able to manage asthma, and that is supported by all of the evidence. Something 1 in 8 adults have asthma, or that equates to about 1 in 3 households in New Zealand. Prior to moving into her new flat, Teresa would have to take oral corticosteroids every winter, despite being on regular inhaled steroids prescribed by her doctor, and despite following all the instructions and prescriptions prescribed, housing was still the barrier. For those of you who don't know, corticosteroids have massive side effects, especially when taken for an extended period of time. With her healthy home now and the energy it's restored her, she's been able to find a fantastic job in the heart of the city. She spends less time sick, more time at work and in the community volunteering, and spending more time with her friends in the central city and her colleagues. This is the difference that a healthy home can create, and it underpins every other objective the council has to make Wellington a fantastic city. Quite often we talk about the core needs of the infrastructure that we have. We talk about roading, we talk about wastewater treatment, we talk about fresh water, but also equally important is the homes that people live in, and the council does play a large role in ensuring that not only there are enough homes, but that those homes are healthy. 51% of renters have issues with dampness or mould in their homes, and 43% have trouble keeping warm in winter. This is despite 87% of renters opening their windows for at least 15 minutes a day. Renters aren't just passively standing by, they do actively try and enforce their rights. But we found that when they do, 9 in 50 are successful. That's about an 18% success rate when going to the Tenancy Tribunal unsupported. The point I'm trying to make is that everyone deserves a warm, safe and dry home. The Housing Action Plan makes great steps to ensure there are more affordable options for everyone, with strategies for Māori public housing homelessness and an increase in supply for those looking to buy. But according to Tauranga Aotearoa Statistics New Zealand, 34% of households are now renting. This is a massive proportion of our community, and projections show that it won't be rapidly decreasing anytime soon. If we want Wellington to be a community where everyone can participate, we need to ensure that everyone has access to an affordable, warm, dry and safe home, regardless of whether they own or rent. And that's why I'm asking you today to consider the needs of that massive community, 34% of households that need somewhere warm, dry and safe to live. And I do hope that you support amendments that give effect to that later today. I'm happy to take questions.
Have we got questions for Geordie? I'll kick off. Could you just remind us who supported the Healthy Homes commitment during the local body election last year?
Of course. The Healthy Homes commitment that was a policy position designed by Renters United was supported by Mayor Whānau, Deputy Mayor Foon, Councillor Chung, Matthews, Winera, Paul, Pannett, O'Neill, McNulty and Abrahaman.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
It's very hard to disagree with your aspirations, but there is, of course, the inherent conflict that by imposing rules on landlords that we basically force up the rent. So there's this trade-off between rent and the quality of accommodation. Do you have any suggestions about how we can both have affordability on the one hand, but also high-quality accommodation on the other? I mean, what can we do as an organisation to help that problem?
Yeah, the research suggests that the best way to decrease pressures on rent prices is to produce something that is able to compete in the same market but without the motive for profit. And I guess what I'm describing there in more words than needed is public housing. When you're delivering public housing, you don't have to incorporate profit into that model. Primarily when we look at the price of rent, it's not a calculation of what it costs to service the property plus some margin of profit. It's actually, given a supply and demand issue, the maximum amount that a tenant can afford to pay. And often we see that through bidding wars for properties. So supply is by and large the best way to address affordability. I guess our position really is that if you can't afford to supply a warm, dry house, then you should perhaps not be supplying that, and someone who could be occupying that and own it should have that property instead.
Kia ora. Thank you, Geordie. That brings us perfectly to the last 10 minutes. Thank you for joining us this morning, and thank you for working with some of our councillors on bringing that commitment to life. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Next, we're going to Zoom over to Debbie. Morning, Debbie. Good to see you. So, Debbie, you've got 10 minutes to talk to us this morning about housing, and please leave some time for questions if you'd like to answer any. Thanks, Debbie.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the human aspect of housing, because it seems to be that we are leaving the human aspect of housing out of housing. And as you know, I live in an upgraded housing complex now, a decent home. And so I'd like to read a couple of things that I found very interesting that we seem to be leaving out of housing policies. So the first part, the Third National Government, 1975 to 1984, established the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission Act 1977 prohibited a wide range of discrimination, and the Human Rights Commission was tasked with investigating breaches of the Act. The same government also accepted the rights to adequate housing, work that ensured a decent living, and social security as legally binding obligations in 1978. Well, we seem to have forgotten that. And then I found something else that relates to that. The progressive realisation of the human right to adequate housing is an important human rights duty that both central and local government is obliged to respect, protect, and fulfil. The duty arises because New Zealand chose to ratify the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights on December 28, 1978. The fact that we are not focused on that is quite disturbing. And what I also came across is in 1977, New Zealand signed the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, which clearly states that adequate housing is a basic human right. Then there are 7 principles that must be upheld, and the first is let's see, we've got legal security of tenure, that's to do with evictions and retaliation, availability of services, affordability, that's where we're actually failing, and I think the government do play a role. House prices have gone up, so have market rents, and that's also had a negative impact on council housing rents. That a council housing tenant, an elderly tenant, a friend of mine, just got slapped with an $85 rent increase because she's moved from Granville to Hanson Court, and the stark difference between rents is obvious. And so I've gone to the housing team and said, no, we're not going to do this. And so they're now working with that tenant and other Granville tenants to make sure that they're not priced out of their homes. Habitability is healthy home standards. Accessibility, well, this is where we can do better in terms of making sure that people with disabilities are housed properly. Location is another one. Cultural adequacy, so this refers to Māori, Pacific Island, and what they need. And physical security, like fire safety and health and safety, are incredibly important. Like, you look at what you did with where I'm living at Berkeley Dallard, and what you did with the upgrade was impressive in terms of fire safety. Everything, if everything that is installed here were installed in other housing buildings that house people, I don't think we'd need sprinklers for a start, because they could become a potential hazard with stairs and stuff. So, you know, if we were to have the minimum standards for fire safety in other housing places where we're housing people, then we wouldn't have what's happened with loafers happen. That's quite sad that that's happened, where we've actually been going in the wrong direction where people are concerned, because, you know, people need to come first when it comes to housing policy. So I thought I'd just bring this to your attention, because one thing I'm going to be doing is challenging the government over this income-related rent subsidy for council housing tenants, because I actually think the government do need to step up and do the right thing as per Article 25 affordability of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, because they agreed to uphold that but aren't at this present moment.
Thank you, Debbie. Is that the end of your speech?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions for Debbie? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Debbie. Effective as always. Is there anything missing from our housing action plan from your perspective?
I just think you need to put people first. You know, at the end of the day, people need, you know, without people, we don't have a city or a country. So we need to make sure that we're inclusive of everyone. You know, there are people that do need a car in terms of mobility. So making sure that we've got parking for them. One of the issues here that I've been dealing with for the last 12 months and I finally got sorted was parking. We have 121 apartments and 51 parking spaces, and let's put it this way, it was like a car lot, and people were parking on the footpath. Well, finally, a second lot of bollards were put in and to stop people parking on the footpath, because I do actually have a mobility scooter. I do have mobility issues through no fault of my own, and nearly being hit on the footpath is not a very nice experience. So I really did fight for that to be resolved. So we do need to think about this stuff in terms of how, you know, where we're placing people in terms of housing and making sure that we do meet people's needs, because without people, you don't have a city, do you? So.
Thank you. And a question from me. You talked about a tenant who you were supporting who had been given an $85 rent increase. Is that person eligible for the affordable rent limit subsidy? And
that's what I'm pushing for, that the housing, I spoke to somebody in housing, I have contact with them all the time, letting them know of any problems and stuff, and they're going to work with Granville tenants to make sure that they do get access to that.
Great.
And including me, because apparently my rent's going up, and if it's anything like that tenant, I'm looking at an $88 rent increase. It's like, no, I need that subsidy, so I've just applied myself. And it's good that you guys have taken out the request for the bank statement, because I found that to be a bit odd, you know what I mean? So so that's now no longer required when you apply for the subsidy, and yeah, so I'm just waiting for that that to come back to me at the moment.
Okay, great. Thanks, Debbie. That's the end of our questions. Please do reach out if there's anything we can do to support you and other tenants to be able to access that affordable rent limit subsidy. Thank you,
Yep,
Debbie.
not a problem.
Thanks for all of your
Cool.
work. Really appreciate
Okay.
having you here this
Thank
morning.
you. Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Have a good day. All right, and now we're going on to our final public participants for the morning, and I'd like to welcome Sophie Bishop and the Whale Malai Trust to come and talk to us this morning. So you can join us here at the table. There's the podium if you'd like as well. Feel free to make yourself comfortable.
So, where would you prefer me? Well, kia ora ana tātou katoa, tēnā koutou koutoa. Ko Tongariro tuku monga, ko Taupo te moana, ko Atiu tuku motu, ko Whakataue tuku iwi, ko Adrian Aho, mā tini mamanu, karapa te whai. Many hands make light work, and today I'm here representing Many Hands as chair of the Whale Malai Trust. I want to acknowledge Dame Winnie, who has been working with me and many trustees who are in the room today. We've been working pro bono. I looked that up. It actually means for free for a long period of time to bring this dream, this aspiration to the table here as a gift for the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And we're looking for your permission today, or at least the beginnings of your permission today, to make this vision occur. It's a real privilege to be representing the Trust. The Trust actually represents the public of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and in particular Pacifica community. We have a vision to build a place for all New Zealanders of international standards, for all visitors in the heart of the capital city, and one that is of national significance, and one that truly represents Aotearoa, New Zealand in its full colour. That is the people of all of New Zealand. That strongly includes the Pacifica people. And so this building is about allowing all of New Zealanders, all of international visitors to come and acknowledge, recognise, celebrate and promote the Pacifica component of Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is a beautiful building. It opens up the waterfront of the capital city. It creates a friendly environment for all. I always imagine paddling in on Kia ora Wayne, paddling in on the Waka, coming around into the harbour of Wellington. You would be seeing Tīpapa, you'll be seeing Whare Waka, you'll be seeing the boat club, you'll be seeing the Whale Malai. I would love to think we'll be seeing the Chinese garden, you'll be seeing the playground. What more beautiful aspiration could you have for your first sight of a capital city of Aotearoa, New Zealand? That is our dream, our hope. It's critically important to our people, our Pacifica people. We are under-recognised. We need promoting. We need places where we can be connected to the university, to the community. We need to be downtown in the heart of the city in a positive, constructive manner. And this is what the Whale Malai is all about. It's for all Pacifica people across the Pacific Island nations and all of those who are here in Aotearoa. My own grandfather turned up here in the early 1920s from the small island of Atiu in the Cook Islands. And so for me, that's a little bit of personal skin in the game over many decades of mahi that the Pacifica people have put into this nation. We have many partners and friends. We have our solid tangata whenua, mana whenua colleagues who thank you very much, highly supportive of where we are. We have, I hope to be able to say, the council in support. We have central government in support, and we have Victoria University as a strong partner who wants to be a long-term leaseholder user of these premises. The premises will be open to all. It is a community premise, available at all different cost levels depending on the function that you are wanting to hold there, and it'll provide just a beautiful overflow for all of the things that we don't get to celebrate because Pacifica people don't have the places in downtown Wellington to celebrate them with. I'm going to leave it there and happy to answer questions. We're surrounded by lots of wise people, engineers, technicians, artists, architects, and Wayne.
Cool, so we'll get into questions. It's awesome to have such a beautiful delegation here today. Thank you for that, Adrian, and a big welcome to you, Dame Lua Manu Vawini Laban. Thank you for joining us. So we'll start with Councillor Free.
Thank you, Tala Whalua, and more Pacific greetings. Congratulations on getting to this stage. I think it's a beautiful design. My question's about the community access. So you said it all sort of, types, levels, affordability, etc. What's the vision for, the average Pacifica community, the community sort of groups to have access?
We would love to think that they have primary access. So in there is both the large whale area, as you can see through the roof. There's also a community room, and there's also a public cafe, and then there's the Malai at the front. And obviously, the building will need to wipe its own face. We would be making sure that it's affordable for those communities who want to use this premise.
And just in terms of the percentage of time, because you also mentioned the university having a lease. What's the vision there? It's the university it won't be permanent lecture theatres. It will be about specific courses that they may be running. It'll be about international representation or local representation. I know the business school have been very interested, so it's more about bespoke, specific use down in that area. Who knows, they may be running some morning or night courses through time. Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Adrian, it's lovely to see you all, and fantastic milestone that we're going to meet today. I am seconding the paper, so a huge supporter, but the Oricon report did make for slightly sobering reading. So my question essentially is are you confident about designing for sea level rise and then, of course, thinking really long term, and maybe in another 50 years that we'll find another beautiful site for this important facility?
Yes, I mean, wonderful question and absolutely on our mind. One of our trustees, Vic, I know this, he's got his hand up in the back there, is a geotech engineer who's given his time for free, like all of us, and we've been spending an enormous amount of time designing, actually explaining to the council what lies beneath, because that was news in previous times, and this building will probably be the only one that should be there. I say that, you know, not the Whare Waka, I'm talking further along on Frank Kitts Park. But the design techniques underneath are designed exactly for the sea level rise, sea level capabilities, so on. So it's up on the Paipai, it's up on specifically designed infrastructure. Vic, do you want to add anything? Sorry.
Look, I just think that as far as the geotechnical aspect is definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Vic O'Connor, and I'm with Tonkin and Taylor, and we did a lot of investigation associated with the site, and you know, while it is reclaimed land, as we all know, but the engineering, we can definitely engineer and make it a very low risk structure. It's very light. It doesn't have any height to it. And so from a geotechnical perspective, we don't see any problems with regard to its longevity. With regard to the sea level rise, I think that is something that is all along the waterfront. There will be issues with that, but we have designed it so that, as Adrian has mentioned, it's on a Paipai, so it's raised up, and we don't see the sea level rise as being anything of particular concern, for the foreseeable future.
Great, thank you. Councillor Brown.
Adrian, the only criticism I've heard of this project is the location. And I personally am very strongly in support of the project and the location. But what do you say to people who say, does it need to be there?
Kia ora. I say first and foremost, I truly deeply believe that's where it should be. We are the people of the Pacific. The Moana is right there. We are facing our long-time cousins across the lagoon, Te Atiawa, and the Whare Waka. I just can't think of a better position for it to be. It also brings enormous benefits to the council because we know what is there has to go. It's a mess. It's an embarrassment. And this here will be a very cost-effective way of the council creating a beautiful space that has great pride and actually brings people back to the waterfront. I know as exciting as it is for some people to walk their dogs up that concrete hill, formerly known as a car park roof, it's not used. And this will be used. This will create that space that's coming down to the sea level area. We've been shunted around. What's wrong with Cannons Creek? What's wrong with behind the shed? What's wrong with at the back of Tūāpapa? And I just find that embarrassing. I just find that sad. This is where we belong.
Kia ora.
Cool, we've run out of time, but I am going to allow extra time for 2 more questions. So we've got Councillor Chung next.
Thanks very much, Adrian. I have a 2-part question, and maybe contradicting each other. Regarding the first question regarding affordability. Now, I'd like to see any group have it available to any group. So, have you actually looked at the pricing for leasing it out to or renting it out to the smaller groups or groups that don't have much money?
Yes, we've done. By the way, good luck with wonderful business continuity plans and wonderful planning in the future. And these data is only as good as the numbers you want to put in the spreadsheets. I say that from my professional world as much as this. We've done all of that work, and this building can and will wipe its own face, and it will enable the community to do it.
you have got town, gown, crown, and international people looking for a venue like this, particularly around the size, for big events, around the importance. Think of all the embassies that represent the Pacific Island nations around Wellington for ongoing use, and then, of course, the community who will be number one in being able to use the whale. So, we've worked very closely with our crew who've been running Whare Waka for some time. Good on them, they learnt the lessons, and we are following the lessons. So we've been working very hard on all of that costing. Remember here, who knows what the final cost of the build will be, but that's on our books, not yours. It's going to be a huge amount of equity, not debt.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The second part of my question is I'm very concerned about the cost to ratepayers on any additional projects that go on. So can you give me an idea of what you'd expect from the ratepayers for this? I don't want...
I would love peppercorn rental for that space that is there, full stop.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Adrian. I'm sure you're aware of the legal threats that we've had made to this specific council around the site here. So I just want to ask, in your opinion, is there a net addition or subtraction of green space given the current utilisation of the car park building?
Architect in the house, Peter?
I answer that question on behalf of council, looking at the whole development.
That's right.
No.
Sorry?
That's right. That's fine. We can get that information later on.
I could put my hand on my heart and say that there is a net usable increase in green space.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and answering all of our questions. And please do stick around. We're going to go to morning tea soon, so you probably have some quite keen and eager conversations from councillors very soon. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very, very much. Cheers.
Okay, so in line with Standing Order 19.1, I'm going to reorder the agenda to as follows. You can see it on your screen. So we're moving the climate change submission, waste paper and Chater Street up the agenda. So we will break for morning tea at 10:30. So I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Foon if you'd like to introduce the submission on the Climate Change Commission advice.
Kia ora, Chair. Process question. Kia ora, Chair. Process question. Are we able to have the paper presented by the officer first for a question?
Yeah, apologies. So I'll ask Liam to introduce the paper.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think, Alison, if you wanted to introduce the paper, please, just maybe at the lectern, because we're a bit tight for space this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for inviting me to present the paper. The Climate Change Commission has produced their second set of draft advice to government. The Climate Change Commission advises government on what policy positions they should choose based on evidence to meet the carbon budgets that are in alignment with the Zero Carbon Act. So it's a great piece of advice. It's very well researched. It's quite a significant improvement, in my opinion, on the first draft advice. So we've written a cover letter to be from councillors to be signed by the Mayor and a submission. This is the same process that we used last time. The key things we're advocating for are exactly the same as last time. So what good climate action looks like is the same, and also our request as a local government agency is that central government recognise the role that local government has in delivering these sorts of policies on the ground, that we have the relationships with people, and that's kind of the special sauce we bring, the impact that we can have. So we're asking for support to deliver higher levels of public transport, for shaping the city in a way that produces a low carbon city and a great place to live, work and play. And we're very supportive of some of the other things that they've recommended, like a higher level of funding for Māori-led design of their own solutions, for example. So open to any questions.
Great. So we've got one question from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for being staunch, Alison, in the submission. Excellent. I was just wondering, you do defend the ETS really strongly. I'm just wondering if you're thinking it's still delivering or will deliver soon?
The Commission has good advice that the government should resist the urge to soften their ETS in order to address social equity issues, and that they should address social equity issues caused by the ETS, such as a rising cost of petrol, using complementary policies. And as officers, we agree with that. A strong price signal in the ETS is essential to be able to give certainty to businesses to transition, and issues that are created by a high price of carbon for lower socioeconomic groups should be dealt with complementary policy.
And so you don't support a tax instead?
We don't have an opinion on whether it should be a tax or an ETS. The ETS is what's there, and it's what the Commission is giving advice on.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Fern.
Kia ora. Thank you for the submission. I just, there has been, officers have been strong, and we do thank you for that. I guess the question I have is about while we are directing or strongly recommending that government take on a communications lead, what is it that council could be doing, and do we have any plans to do a cohesive communications plan or campaign to help people reduce emissions?
Great question. I think our storytelling as a council is reasonably strong. So Te Atakura as a strategy itself is a strong piece of storytelling from this council that articulates the importance of taking climate action and what that looks like in practice. And I think the submission is written strongly because successive generations of councillors around this table have clearly represented Wellingtonians' voice that we want strong climate action as a city and as elected members. So that we've tried to write a submission that reflects the opinions reflected around this table. In terms of supporting the city to transition and doing the communications piece that we are asking of central government, we do have plans in place. So in Te Atakura, we mention setting a vision and also being a very practical support that we provide to Wellingtonians to help them understand what climate action looks like in their personal lives. And we have a plan to roll out more communications on that in the second half of this year. If you remember through the chair, we did the Better Off funding application that had a good chunk of money that we asked for to support public education, supporting residents to shift their habits and to take up options for lower carbon lifestyles as those options become available.
Great. Thank you for reminding me.
And then Councillor Brown, and then we're going to move the paper.
Just a couple of questions. The first is that the Climate Change Commission's advice, as far as I can understand it, has been very substantially ignored by the government. And there's obviously been a continual level of dispute. And I think I was going to say Adrian Orr, but I mean, he of course can do whatever he likes. But I just wonder whether our submission should have been more phrased in a way that to try and actually encourage them to basically become more persuasive of government action, because it has been incredible to me just how much of their advice has been ignored. And I think that have you thought about phrasing our submission in that way? The first question.
You'll note that the first list of bullet points in the cover letter are what we want to see from government. If you're asking, can we add to the letter a request that the Commission be more influential? We can. Yeah. I'm not sure that it will make the Commission more influential. But yes, there is a gap there between the advice provided and the advice taken up.
Because it seems to me that perhaps you could phrase it in this way, that the Wellington City Council seems to me to be doing a lot more heavy lifting than the government.
Okay,
so,
you need to just get just questions.
So
not
I would like
statements,
us to make
please.
that amendment. The second question I've got for you is, would it not be better for there to be more than just the mayor's signature on the bottom of the page? Personally, I would like to sign this letter as well, because I feel that the more people who sign it, the better. So I would invite you to think about getting more people around the table to actually sign the letter.
If you would like to edit the paper, please feel free to put forward an amendment and we will edit it as you see fit.
Great, thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thanks for your work. My question is, this is about increasing the commitment, and as Councillor Brown outlined, this council seems to be doing more heavy lifting than the government. Can you outline if we're supporting inside this climate framework an increased set of obligations for ourselves? Because in terms of incentivising stuff, I'm looking at things like EV charging being promoted, and we are doing that, using ratepayer money. So, in your submission, are you covering off the fact that this is a role that government needs to step up and provide the resources when it supports stuff? Because that doesn't seem so clear. So the question is there more obligations going to come to this council from this from these things being enacted?
If you're asking, does this Climate Change Commission advice put any more obligations on us? The answer is no. Could the Climate Change Commission advice influence government to then put in policies that might put obligations on us? Yes. Not that it really has done so far, but yes. What we would primarily be seeking is that government put in place a broader range of funding, financing and regulatory mechanisms to allow us to play the role that we are best placed to play in this challenge, and using national taxpayer money as opposed to local ratepayer money to do so.
Thank you. Excellent.
Great. That's all our questions. So we are going to pass it over to the Deputy Mayor to move the paper. Thank you, Alison, for those answers and for this paper.
Kia ora, Councillor Brown. Are you going to bring those amendments? I'm happy to take them as a move.
Letitia's got.
Great. Yeah. Okay, in terms of process, Deputy Mayor, can you move the paper as it is? Councillor, can you just work on some amendments and then you can move those after Deputy Mayor's put the paper? Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. It is my honour to be moving a submission to the Climate Change Commission, and I do want to thank officers, for the second emissions reduction plan. I want to thank officers for their work and the collective intelligence of the organisation for bringing a strong submission, and actually I really want to congratulate councils in the past who have really moved into this space and created had a climate emergency for Wellington City, and in fact it's one of the reasons why I'm here now, and possibly many other councillors as well, when we understood what local government could do. So it's important we have a strong voice around this, and I'm pleased to see this going to the Commission, although good point by Councillor Brown, thank you. So what I do want to acknowledge though is that strong recommendation around communications, and I do feel sorry for our local communities and our national communities as we get fragmented bits of information on how we are to transition, and that actually if there was one cohesive or a more cohesive range of communications, it would enable people more to understand what they are doing and be assertive about the changes they can make either individually or as organisations or as communities or as groups. And to me that is really missing. So I'm really pleased to see this come through, particularly when it was mentioned in the IPCC report. Also, I think it is really important that we acknowledge what council is doing, and I'm really pleased to see this come through as part of Te Atakura, but I'm also pleased to be reminded of the second piece of work we've got coming, that we've got the funding for, that will be coming through in the second half of this year, where we ourselves don't wait for government, and as the capital city of Aotearoa, New Zealand, lead on communications and make them very strong to enable our communities. And at the moment, mostly people are confused and overwhelmed, and we have a responsibility to help them on that pathway as the IPCC report recommends. So pleased to move this paper. Kia ora, Chair, and who will second? You will.
Yeah, sure. I'll second, just while we're getting these amendments together for Councillor Brown. So I just want to thank Alison and the climate change team for putting together another excellent submission. It really helps to understand what's happening down the road when we have these really comprehensive submissions. And I want to draw our attention to page 6, chapter 11, where we give strong support to completing our mass rapid transit project before 2035, and I think that's where we're really going to see reductions to our collective climate emissions as a city, is when we've got light rail going through the city and taking lots of people on board and building lots of houses along that light rail route so that people don't have to drive and they can just get straight on the light rail and go to work. It's going to be so great. So it was really great to see that that advocacy there, and I hope that, I really got the sense that this is giving kind of urgency to the Minister of Transport to say, look, let's speed this up and do it faster if we can. So I think that's enough, and now I'm going to pass over to Councillor Brown, who's going to be moving an amendment to the paper.
Thank you. So I guess there's, as I mentioned in that Q&A session, there's just two things which I feel, one thing which I feel the letter is missing, which is that I genuinely believe that Wellington City Council has actually done more heavy lifting in regards to this issue than the government has, and I feel that the government has consistently rejected or ignored the advice of the Climate Change Commission, and so I feel like our submission should actually recognise that the level of commitment that the city has made, and also our disappointment with government's response to the Climate Change Commission. So I would like the chairperson and the, as you can see, the chief executive and Tam and I to be able to make an adjustment, which is basically adding a paragraph to that effect. The other thing which I would really like everybody to be willing to do is to sign the letter, because I feel that if a letter was to come from all of the people around this table, it would just carry that much more weight than if it just comes from the mayor. And so I would really think it would be great if we could actually get unanimous signatures around the table from the letter, because I feel that does carry more weight than if it just comes from the mayor. So those are the two factors which I would like to come out of this amendment, if you'll accept the amendment.
Who would like to second? Councillor Free, awesome. Would you like to speak?
Just briefly, thank you, Tim. I think that's a really useful addition. Oh, are there questions? So, oh, well, that's pretty standard sort of.
It's a pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, you continue your seconding speech.
I'll continue the seconding speech. I actually want to thank the officers, Alison, I imagine, or whoever has done it, because this is really clear. I really like the format where it says this is what we've done, and we'd actually like some support in doing more of this. I think it's incredibly punchy, and I really like it. And as the point's been made, we're actually doing quite a bit. I do want to kick back a little bit on the public. I'm glad we're just mentioning public transport, because whether we do light rail or a combination of bus rapid transit and light rail, or just bus rapid transit, or just bus priority, the whole city needs better public transport. So to just focus on one aspect of that, I think would be to the detriment of getting the best outcome for Wellington. So I'm happy that it's just saying, as it should, that we need better active and public transport. I think it's a really good submission. I think happy to second the amendment. I think it adds useful flexibility to add a bit more, to put the signatures on, and I'm just, hopefully everyone's going to be very harmonious today and we'll all be just agreeing.
Yeah, and we're going to have an opportunity to ask questions, but just because this is kind of happening on the fly, please just be a bit patient and gracious with the process, okay? So who has got questions for Liam on this amendment? Councillor Pennant.
Possibly more for Democracy Services. Look, in the past we've had the chair of the committee along with the mayor and the deputy chair sign letters, and I'm comfortable with that. I'm just wondering if it looks a bit messy if everyone signs it. So my question is there any sort of precedent or rule prohibiting that? So three signatures, I'm all good. I just think 18 is a bit
Well, we're
much.
not voting on that right now.
Look, not in my time. I mean, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, that any precedent's been set to this regard. But we wrote 3 specifically within the boundaries of the report that was written to allow councillors to have this sort of conversation. And, for example, Councillor Brown's recommendation. So I'm quite comfortable, adding this and then taking on board the feedback from Councillor Brown today to ensure that councillors who do want to sign the letter, which I'm sure will be reflected in the voting at some point, can sign the letter.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, my understanding is editorial changes is sort of basically a bit of grammar or little bits like that. So putting this in, does that reflect what Councillor Brown was just talking about? I mean, is that Councillor Brown was planning on putting another paragraph in? Is that really an editorial change?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think when you read it in conjunction with, to give effect to any feedback from councillors, that's in good context, so I'm quite happy with it.
It doesn't change the substance of the submission. Yep, okay, all right. So are we ready to, is there any debate on the amendment? Okay, so you don't need a right of reply then. Should we vote on this amendment? Great. Cool, that's unanimous. And so we return back to the original submission paper. Would anybody like to speak about the climate change submission? No? So do you need a right of reply, Deputy Mayor?
I would just like to thank Councillor Brown for bringing your enthusiasm to this, and I will most certainly be happy to sign anything that's going to the government to help us reduce our emissions. But what I did miss out a point before, in which I wanted to say one of the other key points was that in the public, the adaptation story has taken rise as we've seen impacts of climate change. But what is clearly pointed out here, that mitigation now is cheaper than adaptation. So I just want us to take that point and carry that with us as we make decisions down the track. Kia ora.
Great, thank you. Let's vote.
We have less control.
Exactly.
Great, and that's carried. I'm going to see if we can get the waste paper done before morning tea. So I will ask, is Del, are you introducing this paper? Or Liam? Who's introducing this paper? Del, cool, thank you. If you could just quickly introduce this.
Kia ora. My name is Diljinder Uppal. I'm the Zero Waste Strategy Manager for Wellington City Council, and putting this paper in front of the committee to request delegation of authority to the Joint Committee for the Waste Management and Minimization Plan to take the draft WMP to public consultation and also undertake hearings and deliberations. The 5 councils out of the 8 regional councils that we work with have already taken the paper to their respective councils and asked for the approval for the delegations, and they've got that. The remaining 3 councils will be taking this paper to their councils later in June. So I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora. Just what are the next steps for this? Will this go to the next regional paper on the 12th of June?
That meeting is being postponed to give the joint committee time to go through the draft WMMP that will be put forward to them. So next step definitely is that, and the paper will also be accompanied with a completed waste assessment of how we have performed over the last 6 years, which was the term of the last WMMP.
Awesome. Might need to alter our website meetings. Okay. Councillor Randall?
Yes. What's the overall time frame under which this will be completed? So, when do you expect roughly the public consultation to take place, and when do the final report come through?
Tentatively, the public consultation is scheduled for August. If we get all our ducks in a row, there is a requirement for us to adopt a WMMP in 2023 by December, and the public consultation will be for a period of 4 weeks, hopefully from mid-August to mid-September, and then hearings, deliberations, preparing the summary, and then presenting it back to the joint committee, who will then make a recommendation to this committee with regards to the future of that WMMP.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so going to hand it over to Councillor Pennant to move the paper. That's the end of our questions. Thank you, Dill, for answering those.
Okay.
I'm going to be incredibly short. Thank you. This is a very routine paper which will allow the region's waste officers to consolidate their efforts. We just have one process, and then they can spend time actually doing the really important work that we want them to be doing, actually creating, minimising waste infrastructure. And the Deputy Mayor will second.
Great. Over to you, Deputy Mayor. Would anybody like to speak on this paper? No, and so you don't need to write a reply? Great, let's vote. Okay, all right, we're going to morning tea, come back at 10:45. Thank you. manuhiri, our guests who would like to hear the debate on the Frank Hitz Whalemalai paper. So I'm going to welcome officers to introduce the paper for us, and then we will have an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you, Phil.
Kia ora, councillors. Just to recap a previous discussion we've had on this, but I'll take it as read that the paper is what it is. The decision before you is, I just would like to reinforce that the decision before you is an initial part of an approval process, and that process will be informed by your decision such that we could get greater clarity and measures of certainty that we can then press on with the next steps, and it will also give the other stakeholders that level of certainty that they're seeking as well. So yeah, so just to recap that it's an initial approval and there'll be no transfer of land that comes as a result of your decision that we're asking for today. So the rest of the paper builds a context that informs that decision.
Great, thank you, Phil, and welcome, Rachel, too. Thank you for helping answer our questions. So, questions. So, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you, Phil. I've just been chatting to a few of the business owners that are attached to the car park there, and last time we had this on the table, we passed a resolution to investigate some other spaces. What has council done to kind of look at other spaces, and how we're working with the community there?
Until we get timings around the demolition and the funding of the car park, we haven't yet looked into relocation because we don't know when it could all happen. So we still keep the businesses up to date as to when these papers are coming and when decisions will be made. But until we have timings and firm decisions from councillors, we won't be looking into alternative locations.
Cool. Second one. That's really great to hear that we're still looking into relocation. Do we have a rough time frame that we're able to communicate back to the businesses about some certainty?
No, the difficulty is we've got resource consent to go through. We have to go through LTP approval to get funding, which isn't until obviously June 2024. So there's some time yet until we can start to provide some certainty with that overall time frame.
And just last part, are we able to provide any sort of rent relief or any other assistance to the tenants of that building while we're in a bit of a precarious spot for the...
That's something that we'll investigate with the Park Sports and Recreation team.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
As I understand it, many years ago there was actually a full plan or vision statement for the waterfront, but it hasn't, as I understand it, been updated for a long time. And I just wonder, would it not be appropriate for us to actually have a real precinct plan for the waterfront? You know, which I guess is saying all the way from Oriental Bay around to as far north as we want to go. It just seems a bit lacking that we're doing all these developments, but I just wonder what the overall scheme looks like.
The waterfront framework is out of date and needs updating, and it's in the wider work programme. It won't be in time for this decision. We have done a lot of work with stakeholders and key interested parties, and that was to ensure that we're communicating what the overall vision is for the park. So in June last year, we undertook 3 workshops that identified a purpose and vision for the park, which we then gave to the designers to put together a design. Ultimately, Frank Hitz Park isn't going to change as defined in the Green Network Plan. It's a destination park, and this is what the work that we're doing to communicate that. And really, it's about not halting progress in line for strategy. So we're trying to make sure that we keep developing and keep working with the Whālea Trust and the Chinese Garden Society and make sure that development happens and doesn't stagnate. The waterfront. So that's as part of the work framework that we'll start to look at next year, but the work I don't expect would start until June 2024. And obviously the lengthy process that went into the waterfront framework last time, I would imagine it would take a number of years to complete, and with a lot of public engagement as well.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. You talked about the shops. What about the dragon boating? How will that operate?
So the dragon boating will be located within the Whale Malai. So at the presentation or workshop last week, we saw that the dragon boating storage and changing facilities will be in the basement of the Whale Malai and will work and operate very similarly to how they do now, with access to the lagoon edge in the same way as they do presently. And I understand that they've provided a letter of support to the Whale Trust as well.
Okay. And can you just, we talked about the waterfront framework, and it's still in existence, and I remember raising this 2 or 3 years ago saying we should update it, but I think the advice there that it was fine. So in the framework, as it currently stands, is Frankettes Park is pretty much a green space with no structures on it, barring the playground. So how does this proposal, I know in the paper that you referred back to principles, but you didn't actually note that actually this was, there was no structures planned for the space.
It's still a major green space. We'll have 2 very flexible, open, large lawn spaces that will be used for events and open to the public. As mentioned in the workshop last week, the Malai space, whilst it's got a cultural connection to the Whale, the Malai space is very much under council control and operation, so we'll have full management of how that green space will work and operate, and it'll be part of public use.
So in terms of the Malai, in terms of that green space, say there's homegrown there or the Dragon Boat Festival or whatever, would that still be available for those uses? Is there any connection because it's right next to the Whale?
No.
Okay.
There's no cultural sensitivities there, is my understanding from the Whale Trust.
Okay. So how does this impact on, at the moment, the central city has a deficit of green space. So if we put a building on, we're going to lose green space or a structure.
So that needs to be determined as we go through detailed design. We know from our evaluation so far that we've got more flexible open space because of the demolition of the car park. In terms of actual square meterage of green space, we need to determine what the final square meterage would be through detailed design, because as we go through detailed design, there might be moves and shifts with buildings, the Chinese garden, the playground. Obviously, we need to understand what the overall square meterage, but as per the recommendation in the 2021 paper, any loss of green space, we'll look for compensatory green space elsewhere in the city.
And can you give me, so if we've got a loss of green space, there's a cost on council for that. So can you give me an idea? And I know in the paper you said it's about $6 million for demolition of the existing car park building. Does that include landscaping, or is that all on? Just say we decided like we're going to demolish the car park.
So the $6.5 million for the demolition is very basic grassing of following the demolition and site make good. So kind of with the trees and the landscaping, seating, shelter, all that is excluded from the demolition costs.
Okay. So really, I'm just trying to understand is how much this is going to cost our council over and above what we might have as a cost. So can you give me any, are we talking about 10, 20, 30 million?
So in terms of costs, we've obviously discussed the rough order of costs in the workshop last week, but this isn't a funding decision today. The LTP process will take you through the overall costings once we've gone through more design and we have more certainty of cost, and also what the relationship will be with our partners as well.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next questions. You can jump back on the list if you have more. Councillor Free.
I guess I am a little bit concerned. I understand that we're approving in principle the concept, which I think is a great concept, but I guess I am a little bit concerned about the liability for council financially. So what happens if it exceeds what the indicative figures that we might have had, rough figures that we've been given before? What happens if it exceeds that? Do we have the option to say, I'm really sorry, but this costs a lot more than we expected?
So obviously, through the long-term plan process, there'll be a business case developed, which will look at a whole range of options which could suit council's needs.
Look, I probably would just, on the matter of costs, I would reinforce that we're up for some costs in any event in respect of the car park being demolished. And then anything that arises from that will obviously sit above and beyond that. And that's the part that we will have to deal with through negotiations with stakeholders, not just the Whale Trust, but also the Chinese Garden Society and how we give effect to that, for example.
And just, we did have a useful meeting with Wellington Electricity. How much thought has been given to the electricity supply in that particular part, and how much, how complex is that likely to be? And it just seems to be a thing about the waterfront that we haven't got very good electricity supply there. So I'm just asking if any thought's been given to that.
The supply or not is speculative at the moment. At best, we just haven't got there because we haven't gone through a detailed design process yet, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. Just got two questions. First of all, can you outline, even though this is the focus on the Whale Malai, can you outline if there is any impact of this or change in relation to the Chinese Garden project from this?
So from a design perspective, there is a change to the Chinese garden, and that's shown in the overall development plan with the orientation of the Chinese garden changing, so to face more of the waterfront and to promote that waterfront connection. And of course, when that funding was put into the long-term plan, it was a number of years ago, so we need to consider increasing costs, but that will come through the long-term plan process, as Phil mentioned, and a negotiation that we have to go through with our stakeholders.
Okay, but it's not really changing this scope or the cost of the Chinese garden or anything like that. It's not okay. The other thing is just noting in the financial implications, you've sort of stated that there are any steps subject to any steps are subject to funding being allocated as part of the 22-23 year-end capital carry forward. But in the financial implications, there's no amount. Is there any particular amount of council funding that is going to go towards that, and if so, roughly what that is?
So that cost is in relation to getting us from where we are today to resource consent, so further design development on the wider park and resource consent submission. So estimates in relation to that are approximately 400,000.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. I wonder if I'm not an architect, so I wonder if you had any sort of input or commentary. My take on the site is that actually having the whale there would improve the amenity of the green space, the malai that we actually provide. Is that a fair assumption? Because it acts as a barrier between the quay and the green space?
Everyone's opinion is different on this, but we had the technical advisory group alongside us throughout the development of the design, and that advisory group is made up of leading architects and landscape designers, and their report is included in this paper. Their view is the very strong support of the whale, how it promotes the open space, the accessibility, the visual aspect and appeal of the site. They were very positive of the proposal from the Whale Trust.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, and thanks for showing me the place yesterday. I have one question. You mentioned before that the council will still retain or will still have council control on the site. So what does that actually mean?
So when I mentioned about council control, it's of the green space. So the whale, the building, will be a lease to the Whale Trust, but the malai or green space to the front of the whale will remain under council control.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
And Poiwi Liz Kelly.
Oh, kia ora through you, Madam Chair. My question is a follow-on from Councillor McNulty and Councillor Colvert, actually. If you could just confirm for me, because we're talking about the green space, we're actually talking about building this as on top of what's already an existing car park, the roof of the car park. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be a it's space, that there isn't a deficit of green space.
So we can't confirm the deficit or gain because it's not just in relation to the whale. We also have the Chinese garden and the playground as well. So we're still doing calculations, and it depends on, as I mentioned, the detailed design element of where actual buildings will sit, and also the structures that will be in place, seating and shelter, whether that will come through detailed design as well.
So just based on what you're saying, a playground and a garden, that's increasing the green space.
It's quite difficult for me to say exactly that it's an increase or decrease, just because the definitions of green space are quite challenging in terms of it's more about permeability. So that's where we're at the moment, because actually the green space on top of the car park isn't permeable. So, but that's why I'm just not comfortable in saying yes, there's definite increase in green space until we've got all the calculations there in the detailed design from the architects.
Thank you, but I guess we can agree though that the whale is a added attraction to a flat concrete rooftop.
Definitely, and that yeah.
Okay, Chung.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Just again, a clarification of that green space. My view is that a green space is where anyone can go to. It's open to the public and it's accessible to anyone at any time. So is it then correct that the Chinese garden and the whale are going to remain as public spaces so that people can actually wander through there, they can access it at any time, so it is still available to anyone, so we're not taking away or restricting or making any less space for people or for the public to go where they like?
Exactly, it will remain public space. There's just a difference in definition between public space and green space, but yeah.
Great, thank you so much for answering our questions today. We really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to pass it over to Mia Whānau, who will be moving this paper, and Councillor O'Neill will be seconding.
Kia ora koutou. I'm excited to be moving this paper. Frank Kitts Park will continue to be a beautiful open space with true diversity and representation of different cultures, and the Whale Malai is a major part of that, or should be a major part of that. The design is stunning, it is vibrant, and most of all, it provides a space for a community from across the Wellington region. It will enhance that space greatly and will add to our city of Wellington. There is also strong community support for this, so I'm very proud to move this paper.
And Councillor O'Neill, would you like to speak now? Great. Cool. All right, so you'll reserve your right. Okay, that's cool. Who else would like to speak to this paper? So we've got Councillor Young. Is there anybody else? Cool. All right, just keep your hands up because I'm going to speak now. Okay, so talofa lava, kia ora ana, warm Pacific greetings to this beautiful whānau that we've got today, our whanaunga from the Pacific, from all across the Pacific. I just really briefly want to reinforce my support for this project and thank you so much for your work, because this is going to be a real taonga for Te Whanganui Ātara, and you couldn't have picked a better location to be right there on Te Whanganui Ātara, really speaking to that link, that Voyager journey. Our ancestors, our tupuna, were voyagers, and they travelled the oceans, and to have that point right there when you first come into the city is really special. And I was reflecting as you were talking this morning, I think Adrian was saying, this country has been built off the backs of Pacific people, and you deserve to have your identity and your whakapapa reflected in the built architecture of the city. And so I'm really, really excited to see that it's going to make the waterfront an even better, more vibrant place. It's going to be more reflective of our community, which is a beautiful, big, brown Polynesian community here in Te Upoko o Te Ika. And I'm just really excited for when it's open, being able to spend time there, spending time on the actual malai, lying in the sun, enjoying that, but also going to all the functions there. I want to thank everybody who was also able to accommodate the other uses of the lagoon, particularly the dragon boating, also getting the public toilets in there. That's going to really increase the visitors to the waterfront and to that area. So this is super exciting. Thank you for allowing us to be a small part of this journey. To you, Dame Loa Manu Vawini Laban, thank you for all of your mahi. You've been incredible. And like I said, it's a real honour to be a small part of this, of your journey to get this whale malai. It's a gift to Wellington, and on behalf of the city, we really thank you for your mahi. So thank you. So I'm going to pass it on to Councillor Young.
So thank you. So, I love the waterfront, and I remember when it was behind chicken wire and barbed wire, and we had to go and watch the ships coming in and out from the top of Mount Victoria. So I do look very carefully at whatever goes on Frank Kitts Park, and I have been strongly opposed to the Whare Malai. I'm reluctant to have any more buildings on the waterfront. And I am curious why Victoria University, which is in such enormous financial strife that they're cutting staff and courses, are getting involved in something like this. But we have to do something with this park. It is incredibly ugly, named after a completely useless mayor whose only achievement was being in office for an incredibly long time. And but putting that to one side. But there is no doubt this building is a beautiful building, and I do appreciate the work that the various members of the Trust and its supporters have put into showing me what an asset it will be to Wellington. So I have changed my mind. I will be... That may be the only time I get cheered in the council chamber. You know, the building, in addition to being beautiful, it also solves a problem for us. It gives us lavatories, which some people call toilets, but I don't, and the paddle boards. And, you know, we've had a very thorough explanation of the design and its purpose, and I believe it will be a huge asset to the city. So I remain constant and will not change on my opposition to the Uyghurs Park, the Chinese Garden. And I would love to change the name of Frank Kitts Park, but that's another battle, but I will be voting for this today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pennant.
Talo Falava and kia orana as well, and warm Pacific greetings. And look, a really proud day for me to be able to support this project, and I have done so in the past, because it basically gives a place for Pacific peoples, and it's well overdue, and it's righting some serious injustice. So it's absolutely right that this be done. It's a beautiful design, and I think really an amazing contribution to nation building or society building as well. Now, I am also one who has changed my minds too, because there have been very big fights over the waterfront, and I have personally been involved in them, particularly where we have talked about privatising public space and putting housing and offices on, which I continue my opposition to. Nevertheless, this is a big public building, very, very important, which is going to be a great tourist attraction as well. And I guess it's not that expensive too. Like if it had been $1 billion, I've gone, that will be difficult to move. So it actually gives, I think, the city and the communities some flexibility. The sea level rise report that we got is worrying, and I was given reassurance by the technical advice, but nevertheless, it's not the most resilient part of the city. And so hopefully we can get another 50 years out of it, and then, you know, then future leaders and the Pacifica communities will be able to say, well, what's next? But, you know, like, you know, we will be building differently. We need to be really flexible with our buildings. They may need to be moved around. I'm probably a little bit regretful that it wasn't built in Bunny Street. I think making it part of the parliamentary precinct would have had some really big benefits, but, you know, I respect the reasoning given by the Trust, and so that's fine. So look, this has been such a progressive council for a number of years now, and it's just every time we do something like this, whether it's the living wage or making space for grounding people's identity, it's just such a privilege to be part of that, and so I can't wait to vote for this. Kia ora.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Talofa lava and kia orana, and thank you so much to the Whare Malai Trust in your community for bringing such joy and vibrancy to our, sorry to say, sometimes very boring council chambers. So it's always a great delight to feel your energy and the mahi and the will and behind this. So yeah, it works. But I actually want to speak today on behalf of the Chinese community and the Chinese Garden Society and the Garden of Beneficence. And thank you so much for walking alongside them as well and bringing this together along with you, and that it is greatly appreciated. And we look forward to to looking out on Te Whanganui Tara as a united cultural precinct. And so, yeah, just thank you so much, and to our mana whenua for that welcoming as well. So I'll refrain from any comment on Councillor Young's comment, but just also from the business community, I think just this is so exciting for Wellington, and the attraction of international visitors and local visitors and what it will bring. And actually it's one of our key strategic goals that we bring vibrancy to the centre of our city. So thank you so much, because this will certainly add to that. Kia ora.
Councillor Free.
Thank you. And I would also like to speak in support. I suspect most people probably are pretty supportive, and that's really nice, because I think what's won me over, I was always reasonably supportive, but what's really won me over is the beauty of the design, and the fact that I think in terms of the whole waterfront space and the collection of buildings that we're going to have there is actually going to speak to our identity in the Pacific, and the Chinese Garden of Beneficence is actually part of that as well. And, you know, you're so right, whoever it was who said we all came here by ocean originally, even my ancestors came by boat. Lately it's been more planes, I suppose, than boats, but we've all come here from various different places, and I think what we are starting to develop in New Zealand is an identity which actually reflects that and is far less monocultural, but is still seeking to find the commonality and the threads of what binds us together. So for me, this is actually an important project. I know it will end up costing us a wee bit of money to make the site good, but I'm actually someone who believes that buildings can add to an environment, and it doesn't all have to be totally green space. It's nice to have the windbreaks and the visual interest that buildings can provide and the usefulness they can provide. And I think that this building serves a really good purpose in that respect. And it was brilliant to change the orientation and align it the way it's been aligned to allow the as maximum amount of green space in front of it. So I do commend the architects, and I'm sure there's been many people who've had input into that. It's the garden. These have been long projects which have been worked on for a decade or more. You know, so it's nice to actually feel that we're getting to a solution. So I've been on the Pacific Advisory Group as a councillor rep for 2 terms. When I first arrived on council, I'm back on there again. I know they've held this vision for a very, very long time, and I'd like to thank Dame Winnie and Adrian, or you know, and others who've worked, many others who've worked to kind of bring this vision along to where it is today, but also the Chinese Garden. That's been an Garden of Beneficence. That's actually been a very, very long-held ambition as well. So to be able to get them together and integrate them in this beautiful fashion, I think this is actually a really good day.
Yes, Councillor Winera.
Sweet. Tēnā tātou, talofa lava and malule sofua. It's really awesome to see all of the whānau here today that have come to support this project. Thank you so much for coming to this little office on the terrace in this very, very stale room, so thank you very much. Yeah, look, I'm really happy to support this project. Something that I think is really beautiful about it is this triangle that we're creating on the waterfront. You know, we have Te Papa Tongarewa, of course, the Museum of New Zealand representing our Pākehā heritage. We have Te Wharewaka representing our Māori heritage. And now finally, we will have the Whale Malai, which can represent our Pacifica heritage. We are a Pacific island, after all. We're a bloody cold one, but we are one nonetheless. And I think you know, for tangata whenua, for Māori, we've for so long been able to reap the benefits of having urban marae around the city, having those dedicated community spaces in a shape that is familiar to us and that looks like our people. And I think it is only right that our Pacifica cousins finally get to have this experience along with us. You know, on a more practical level, perhaps, I'm really pleased with some of those amenities that were noted, those water closets, as Councillor Young might like to call them. I think those are really, really great for the area, and I'm glad that dragon boating has been kept in as well. Of course, during the process, I have, like my colleague Councillor Pannett, shared some of those concerns about sea level rise, but it occurs to me, just listening to some of the debate today, that for goodness sake, if there is anyone who knows how to deal with the moana, it is Tangata Pacifica. So, yeah, manuia le taiao, and thank you very much.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, bear with me while I recuperate from my son's croup. So, this was an interesting one. My first real introduction to this paper was legal threats, which is a really interesting approach on how to win friends and influence people when you get told that you'll get sued for making any kind of action. Interesting. Look, the argument that's come through in emails and to me is around this sort of net green space. What do we get out if we put the building here? And it's come through a lot, but I just can't see that this project isn't an objective improvement on what's there at the moment. We've got a crappy concrete car park with a windswept roof. I sat there with Youth Council and Emily at the end of last year because we weren't able to use the main green with it being out of action at the moment. And I just sat there and I thought, this is, sorry, I won't use profanity, this is crap. Okay, so this is bad. I withdraw. This is bad. So what do we get out of this? We get an incredible building. We do right by our Pacifica community. We get more usable green space that's actually protected from the traffic of the quays. It just seems like such an absolute no-brainer. And to Councillor Young's point, yes, let's change the name.
Great. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I joined council to try and make Wellington a better place and to try and get consensus and to get everyone to agree on things. Now, I found that the area around Frank Kitts Park has actually been very, very difficult for me because I've been talking to all the different groups, the people who don't want things, the people who talk about the taking away the green areas, the people who talk about it should be all left open. But I think that what's convinced me is that yesterday I went down to Frank Kitts Park with council officers. I looked at where the planned whalae marae was going, where the Chinese garden is going, listened to explanations of how changing it was going to improve it. I looked at the number of people walking along the waterfront. There were a significant lot of people. It was a beautiful day yesterday. Looked at the number of people that were up on the green on top of the car park, and then when they explained to me about they did a heat measurement of the number of people who actually use that area, the area on top of the car park and also along the waterfront at different times of the day, and what the different numbers were, and how they consider that by opening it up, it's going to actually open that area from the waterfront to everyone, and they're going to use it a lot more, so the utilisation is going to be a lot better. So because of that, I am absolutely going to support it. I believe that this is the right thing to do for Wellington. Thank you.
Oh, great. Councillor Randall.
Yes. So thank you for all these good thoughts. It occurs to me, hearing all the different comments, that this is a successful project because the Whale Malai Trust understands how councils work, and they know they've got to work at multiple agendas, multiple levels, and it's a marathon. So, look, thank you very much. I really commend you for not only ticking the boxes of the big vision thing, but also ticking the boxes of the small community thing. And this is what's won me over, because coming to council, I've found that the city really consists of a whole lot of communities that coexist, that overlap, but they coexist. And what won me over was two things for this. First of all, yes, the Pacifica community is a real community that deserves a real community space. But also the way it's been put together, the way it's been made accessible to the public, the way it fits into the public space. And yes, I think the sheer beauty of the building is something that's really good. And you know, you've obviously worked very hard to try and tick all of these different competing people who want their own piece of the action, want to protect the waterfront, want to make sure that the communities are taken care of, make sure that the city works and there's a public amenity to it. So very good. I suspect Councillor Pennett's commentary about 50 years will be shown to be false, because there's such a beautiful building. I cannot see it not being made heritage within at least 30 years. And then you'll never be able to move it. I am, as a councillor from Norwood, a little worried about the accessibility. I'll say that. You know, getting into this part of the city is possibly going to get more difficult, and we've got to keep an eye on that. But in terms of a facility in its own right, in terms of it being an addition, a plus, a better city project, then I fully support it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Maloi lele talofa lava talohia ni kia orana whakawhalofa lahi atu namaste, nisa bula and warm Pacific greetings. I'd like to thank the Pacific community and in particular my treasured Pacifica advisory group that I've had the pleasure of supporting alongside Councillor Free. Adrian, Dame Winnie Laban and officers to bring this project around. You've done a massive amount of community organising and fundraising and as mentioned before, a lot of it's pro bono. I would like to thank officers as well. I've been chatting with La Galleria di Stromboni, Zam Lights and Māori Arts Gallery to figure out a solution for the businesses there that are currently locked into the car park around finding a new venue, and it was really great to hear that officers will be following this up once the resource consent has been issued. I regularly have coffee with Tala Cleverley, and for those of you that do not know, she was the first Pacifica councillor sworn in to Wellington in 1979. She regularly grills me about what we're doing these days, how my committee or other people are supporting the Pacific community, and this last Friday we talked about the upcoming paper for the Whale Malai. I've had the privilege of going to a climate symposium recently, and the Whale was also held up as a gold star urban design that would incorporate and recognise our links with climate change. Technical engineers describe the car park as currently sitting on top of soup, and that we need a really strong solution to our waterfront woes. Lastly, it is important to mention that a building like this will bring back to the Māori of Te Wharipu Lagoon, and it's not lost on me when you look at the detailed design of this building that there is a lot of wayfinding and grounding included, and the foundations of it is really evident with the campaign that's been brought around. So I'm really happy today to hear from all my colleagues thus far that they will be supporting the project, and I'm really happy to recommend to this committee to support. Kia ora.
Great, thank you. That brings us to the end of our speakers. Would you like a right of reply, Me Whānau?
Kia ora, I just want to add, on top of this amazing building, the beautiful vibes and kōrero that we've had in this very room today are exactly what's going to be added to our waterfront. So, kia ora to everyone, kia ora to those who have changed their position on this. It's really beautiful. Kia ora.
Cool, let's vote. Would anybody like to take anything separately, or can we take it all together? Great, okay. And we can definitely do a division. Great, and that is carried with everybody for except Councillor Calvert. Congratulations. Let's take a 5-minute adjournment to just go and congratulate you for all of your work. So we'll be back in 11:35. the Housing Action Plan now, so I welcome Paul and Hayley to introduce the plan to us this morning, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions. Again, we had a session yesterday.
Acknowledge Geordie and Debbie's public submissions earlier. We are bringing to you the Housing Action Plan for the 2023 to 2025 triennium. We're requesting adoption from Council on these key priorities and tangible actions that we're going to use to deliver on the housing strategy. The housing strategy was adopted in June 2018 and provides a long-term view on housing in Wellington. The Housing Action Plan is the more short and medium-term actions to achieve the housing strategy. Since adopting the strategy, there's been several new and revised action plans that have come across Council. This is the latest iteration, and the latest plan focuses on 6 priority programmes. Those are planning for growth, consenting and compliance improvements, a new priority area of Mana Whenua and Māori housing, homelessness, social and public housing, and affordable housing. But yeah, I take the paper has been read and happy to take any questions as we go through.
Great, thank you, Paul. So remembering that we had a whole hour with the team yesterday to ask a whole bunch of questions, which was live streamed online, does anybody have any questions? Councillor Free.
Yeah, sorry to ask this, but I see we've still got the target of 1,000 homes under our Te Kāinga program. Is that? But we were also presented with some trade-offs in terms of the numbers, the timeframes, the costs.
Councillor, I think that might be more relevant to the public excluded Te Kāinga paper.
Okay, I'll keep it to public.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was in this. It was in the action plan.
It is. It's just a bit tricky the way that it's been structured, but you'll have lots.
But what
of
I'm asking is it do we still want to aim for that target? Or
well, that's a debate for the public excluded, and I can't really say a lot more because it's public excluded. But you will have the opportunity to ask that later. Any other questions, Councillor Randall?
So these are questions about the amended substantive?
This is, yes. Oh, sorry, no, these are questions about the Housing Action Plan as it's published in the papers.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, so sorry, to be clear about the process, so the paper has been introduced by the officers. This is an opportunity to ask questions. So then I'm going to move the paper. Then Councillor Pannett will put forward her amendments. You'll have another opportunity to ask questions about her amendments, and then we will debate her amendments. We'll vote on those amendments. Then if we have another set of amendments from Councillor Randall, I believe, he will move those, questions on those, debate on that, back to the main paper, debating the main paper, voting on the paper. Is that clear, the process? Okay, cool. So I don't think we have any more questions on this, so I'm going to move this paper now, if that's fine. Sweet. Great. Okay, so kia ora everybody. So as you know, we've got our Housing Action Plan in front of us. I really want to thank Paul and Hayley and all of the officers across the council who have created this plan here for us today. And this is the action plan that puts into place the housing strategy that we also have in place at council. So there's 6 key areas that the plan covers, as Paul said. There's a part about the district plan, and I really want to acknowledge the previous triennium and, really, I think it's tripling the housing capacity in Wellington through the district plan. Particular acknowledgement to councillors from the previous term for their work on that. There's a whole section on consenting improvements. I think we all agree that we need to be consenting more new builds in Wellington, particularly for housing, so that's really important. The Māori housing section is really important, and I think an aspiration for this council is to see an increase in Māori home ownership, but just generally Māori housing security, because we know that there's an overrepresentation of Māori in homelessness statistics and in our social and public housing and in transitional housing, so it's really important that there's a discrete section that deals with that. There's a section on homelessness, and I do look forward to that being strengthened through Councillor Pannett's amendments, because we have had the tragedy at Loafers Lodge, and I wanted to acknowledge that too, because for many people that were living in Loafers Lodge, they did not have access to stable, secure and healthy housing, and that's a really fundamental part of us doing this work. There's a section around public housing and social housing and all the work that's going on in the CHIP. Just want to acknowledge Councillor Matthews and Councillor Brown for all of their mahi setting that up. Sounds like it's been a lot of work, so thank you for that. And also all the work in the affordable housing space, and I won't get too into that because that's going to be a more meatier discussion for later on in the day. So I'm really happy to move this paper, but I'm really looking forward to supporting some of the amendments that come forward. So there's the paper moved. I'm going to invite Councillor Pannett to speak to her amendments.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you very much. And look, I haven't quite set another record. This is only 20 changes. I have done more. But look, the idea here is to really have a big step change in the way we're doing housing. And I really want to acknowledge this is a team effort. This is not just something that I've written. I just held most of the pen, but there's been a lot of people putting lots of good ideas in. The officers have been amazing. Mr. Hodgetts was emailing me with advice at about 10:28 last night. Hayley and Paul, thank you so much too. And it's been a really good process where we can sort of say what we want, get feedback. In fact, Mr. Hodgetts sent me some homework. I had to do some more writing. So I think that worked really well. And look, obviously housing's been a really, really big issue, sometimes a really challenging issue, but hopefully we can come together on a lot of this work. Right, so the first thing, this is another reason to be proud today. Mr. Geordie Rogers said that this would be the first time that rental housing would have a sort of a section in a council housing plan. This was Councillor Paul's suggestion that we make a separate section. So we are moving that today. And many of us did make a commitment to looking at a rental inspection service. A big public thank you to Mr. Hodgetts again for listening to us. There was a lot of lobbying going on since particularly the last election, but the officers have come on board and in fact even got MB to come on board to look at this regime, and then we can look at what is going to be a great pilot and how we can make it permanent in time for the long-term plan. We've heard the stories, we've seen the data, we know that our rental housing is not in good condition, and this initiative will help with that. So that is something I'm really proud, particularly to be supporting today. Under planning for growth, again, credit to Councillor Paul for talking about targets for affordable and public housing. As you know, I did try to get that amendment around making developers build this, but we will just keep having a look at that, how we're going to do that. But I totally agree with you, Councillor Paul, that after listening to those experts from Australia, you have to set right from the beginning the expectation that along an MRT there will be that affordable housing. We're going to also hear about the need for a bigger commitment to papakainga. Councillor Wenera will talk about that, and it's incredibly exciting. Mayor Whānau, we've given you some more work. It's already on your work program, just to make it really clear that we're going to go on hard and lobby for change to our Building Act and Code, which is weak. The latest crisis, of course, has been the unacceptable death of 5 people in a boarding house. But we've also got other issues around accessibility, around earthquake strengthening, about greening buildings and to stop climate change. As Councillor Matthews said, everything has to be about that. So this will be a chance. And I don't think, Mayor Whānau, this will be, you don't need to wait for an inquiry or whatever. You're just going to lead on it and say, look, these are the changes that we need, and we've got heaps of expertise in the city to help us with that. The homelessness strategy, look, we've been quite strong on this, and other councillors will talk to it in more detail, but we think it's time that another strategy is developed, and we want that least a loose one done as quickly as possible so that we can put any necessary budget bids in. But we know we've got a great sector in this space and they will give us the advice that we need. So just the last two things. We are going to get a report back on the work that the team is doing on earthquake-prone buildings, particularly in the housing space, which is a challenging area. And we're just going to do a bit more work on targets and outcomes in the plan. I like numbers to be aiming for. You know, we need to create numbers of accessible buildings, numbers of safe buildings, and we need to hold ourselves to account to that. So I think that would be quite helpful. So it is a lot, but I hope that you will support them, and Councillor Winera will address this in more detail. Thank you.
Great. So now in the process, you've got these amendments in front of you in physical form, and this is an opportunity now to ask questions about these amendments. So we'll start with Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Can you lay out specifically if there's any of these you don't support? Maybe start with that as my first question. Are there anything in here that is not officer supported?
Yeah.
I think these have been worked on quite closely with
blue
councillors, and yeah, the blue are the ones that we're not supporting. Although I've just checked with David Ensor, who's sitting behind us here, about whether he has any objection to the homelessness, the wording of the homelessness amendment, and he's informed me that he doesn't.
Okay, so it's just
so I think that's fine.
Development of the culturally diverse financial system that's not officer supported.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's not that it isn't supported, it's just that we would have hoped to have sort of more information or background around what it actually was sort of needed or required so that we could work to help to achieve that.
Is there any ability to get that worked through in the next few minutes with an adjournment or anything, so it's entirely officer supported, or...?
Look, I think just to clarify what Mr McCrory is saying, it's not that we don't support this. I think what we're saying as officers, we accept that it's okay for it to be debated and decided upon. Yeah. I'm confident that we can sit down with the councillor who wants this work to occur to refine exactly what the product and output might look like. And you'll see later on in the amendments that there's a request that we actually, in the action plan, highlight those key points and KPIs, so we're happy to refine that over time.
Okay, cool. And last question. So yesterday on Planning for Growth E, Liam spoke about developing targets for public and affordable housing. I thought the officer's position was it was too early to look at that, or are we just setting this out for later down the line?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's a similar point that the councillors will recall under the draft district plan that we did quite a bit. Those were here last reading. We did a lot of work on an affordable housing strategy. It is absolutely the intention that as we start to build the growth plan along Te Aro, where MRT will be going, that we'll be bringing back to council a growth plan that will have similar targets that you can debate and decide on.
Cool, thanks very much.
Councillor Brown.
One thing I'm very worried about with all of these amendments is that they do seem to me to be all things to all men, and I just wonder about the cost and
woman
and of all genders and diversities and whatnot. And I just wonder whether, in fact, you know, what sort of resource would management have to put into going ahead with, you know, all of this planning and all the other work which Iona would like you to do, and which seems to me to have quite a significant potential to actually get your eye off the ball.
Okay. Yep.
So I'm just curious about whether you've thought about the resources necessary to make this happen.
I think it's a difficult question to answer clearly because there's multiple business units and multiple work streams that are involved, and some of them are part of our current work and could be captured within our current workloads, and there are others that, depending on the scope of them, may require additional resources. So it would depend if it was a specific item or amendment that you were concerned about, and perhaps we could get somebody to talk to that.
Yeah, so I'd only add, through you, Madam Chair, that, you know, we have a resource in place. When Council adopted the housing strategy, the action plan was supposed to be those tangible, realisable actions that the Council could do collectively. It was actually quite groundbreaking piece of work. It was all about council and the last triennium understanding that we have a lot of touch points across this business that helps with housing outcomes. And so we have a team and a squad set up to deliver on these actions. The action plan's purpose is to get refreshed and get updated so the officers can continue this work. So I'm reasonably confident with the material that's here today, because it was part of the work we did with the councillors over the last 48 hours, to say that the resources are there to provide the advice back to council in terms of all these actions.
Great. Did you have a question, Councillor Panna? Yeah.
Just the amendment around culturally diverse financial system, which is incredibly exciting. So I've been very much educated in the last 48 hours. I just changed the wording to advocate to government to do the work. So I'm not saying we do it. I think your feedback was fair enough. I don't think we have the capacity. Is that acceptable to you? And so I think some councillors will be quite keen to help, put you in touch with relevant people in the community who have expertise.
Yeah, look, I think that's fine. I think, as I say, it would just be helpful to talk to the councillor that proposed this amendment and just understand the work that's involved. But yeah, happy to do that.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Thank you so much. My only question is regards to the manifesto and Maori housing, and how we're planning to increase home ownership in all areas. Do you think some of the member of that community who share different identity with some of us might be excluded because of the not full understanding of how, example, the financial system works? In 1991, it's only about 90 to 100 Muslim Maori people in New Zealand. In 2018, more than thousands. Who knows, 10, 15, 100 years like Iona, tens of thousands of them. So the financial system that we currently have might not be in compliance with what they demand because of the identity they are incorporating into, identity just grows, changes in different ways. So are you aware of that? Am I going to create equity issue in that case if we don't understand that?
I think anything that we can do to improve people's access to finance and advice on finance services is a great thing. So I don't think we're likely to create inequity by supporting any sort of education or advocacy piece in that regard.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think so.
Cool. Okay.
Cool. With respect to my friends from the Maori community, all what I'm saying is some of them we share the same identity. So just trying to highlight that and in respect of.
And I think they're going to work with you to understand the intention of the amendments.
Yep.
Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Let's keep moving. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I am really concerned about I've got questions about N and S, which are the ones highlighted in blue. I mean, you've got a lot of work on. Can you actually? Are you going to provide us with a level of comfort that you can actually do justice to these amendments?
That question has been asked. I think you've answered that as much as you can.
No, but I didn't. It seemed that it was sort of, oh yeah, we could, but I'm just worried about the impact it's going to have on your resourres to do all the other
Councillor,
stuff.
they did answer that. They said they were comfortable to do this work, and I'm happy with that answer. So you don't need to answer. Thank you.
No, they didn't. Because what they did was subject to clarification.
You can bring that up in debate.
Well, all right.
Thank you, Councillor Randall.
Yes, so a couple of questions. First of all, what does Papakāinga chapter mean?
Nathan, would you like to speak to that?
I'd love to. Kia ora tātou. It's still something that we need to work through. So there's a couple of situations that we need to better understand. One is what is the definition of papakāinga, which we will work closely with our tākai here partners to make sure that we understand exactly what they mean. And then the chapter amendment, that is more of a planning tool to better understand what we can do, change, shift inside of some of our planning tools that we have here in council.
And I think maybe the councillors that are moving the paper might be able to help with that explanation.
I just want to understand what the officers understand, because we're asking the officers to do something.
Yeah, and I'm just clarifying for you that in the debate you'll get some answers to that question. So do you have any other questions?
Well, I just wanted to ask if you put it...
Councillor Free.
No, sorry, excuse me. I've got another question.
Ask your question.
Okay. It says there that you're going to develop affordable housing along the mass rapid transit route. What is the where is that exactly that you're considering putting that along?
Well, I've interpreted to understand the MRT route for Let's Get Wellington Moving.
Yeah, but is that just to Island Bay? Because there's also MRT proposed out to Wellington East.
Yeah, the busway. No, I don't believe. If you want to be more specific, councillors, then...
Well, I was trying to be specific.
Yeah.
So you're just talking about the Adelaide Road, Island Bay route?
Officers' interpretation is the MRT route to Island Bay, yeah.
Okay, but not out to Wellington East?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Also, what is a culturally diverse finance system?
I think we've just covered that that is something that officers are going to seek to understand more through the person that has developed this amendment. So there's still some work to be done there. That's been the subject of multiple questions.
Okay. Can you outline the amount of effort there would be to do a new strategy related to homelessness?
I might ask David to speak to that.
Kia ora koutou. There is a lot of work required to develop a homelessness strategy, including some of the things we would want to do as part of that process is engage with mana whenua to do some work to capture the voices of people who have experienced homelessness, to work with and engage with the range of social service providers and mana whenua as well. So it is a significant piece of work to do a really kind of comprehensive strategy.
Okay. So also in terms of J, assisting with establishing or re-establishing marae within the city associated with that, is there a lot of effort and commitment needed, additional effort and commitment needed from the City Council to do that, or is that already covered by current work?
Kia ora anō. That will be covered under current work. We're working with our iwi partners at the moment to identify what that potentially could look like.
Okay.
Cool. Councillor Chung, you can go back on the list if you've got more questions, but we're going Councillor Chung and then Free.
The questions that I wanted to ask, I think, have sort of been asked here, but I actually still don't understand the answer, and I don't understand what you actually mean when you answer them. So I don't know whether we want to discuss that further.
So what are you talking? Are you talking about in relation to the Papakainga chapter?
Under D, item D, you're talking about a Papakainga chapter in the district plan. I didn't actually understand what you meant when you answered it.
Through you, Madam Chair, I might try to clarify from a planning point of view. So the idea of including a chapter in the district plan relates to the interpretation of resource consenting applications, and Nathan mentioned that the definition of Papakainga is different depending, it's quite a broad, it's a typology of housing, a certain type of housing. So, and the way that Papakainga is organised in and around marae is different to how we might organise other residential communities. So the purpose of it being in the district plan allows the planners to be able to consent or not certain Papakainga developments under our resource management responsibilities.
I see.
Is that clear?
Yep.
Thank you.
Much clearer, thanks.
Great. And Councillor Free.
Thank you. I guess my question, my reservations are about resourcing too, even though we have had some answers. I do wonder what it would come at the expense of. But just in particular, B, you're going to evaluate the experience of renters. How would you, comprehensive do you imagine that would be, and how much work?
I think what we would anticipate having a 2-yearly meeting with a number of renters' organisations. The renters' organisations are yet to be determined, so I think initially that would be the first piece of work, would be determine who we're having that conversation with, and then we would be reporting back to council on their representations of the people within their organisations. At this point, it's hard to say how comprehensive or otherwise that would.
Okay. And then the other thing is this MB program agreed with MB. Have we actually got this agreed? So it's something that's actually happening?
Yeah, so we spoke to MB earlier this week as part of this this pilot scheme, and yes, they're very excited to have our support and are on board with the pilot.
Okay. Right. I think that's the main thing. I think the other concerns I have been asked by other people. Thank you.
Great. Okay, that looks like that's all the questions. Thank you for answering those. Councillor, you've got a seconder, which is Councillor Wineta. Would you like to speak now? Great.
Tēnā tātou. Hey, I'd like to speak in support of this amendment, which I had the privilege of helping to draft and edit with Councillor Pannett and others who have contributed their thoughts to this. So thank you to everyone who has. I suppose primarily to speak to the general thrust of the amendment, I think that what our intent here is to strengthen our housing action plan to the greatest extent possible allowed by the format in which it has come to us, and to deliver on those critical asks that have been given to us by our community, as we heard this morning from Mr. Geordie from Renters United. And I feel that this amendment achieves to a good extent that intent. I'd like to briefly speak to my small, humble contribution, which you'll find under subsections India through Mike, mana whenua and Māori housing. So there was a little bit of kōrero about the definition of papakainga. So for those who have not had the pleasure of visiting one, a papakainga is a term that we use to refer to a particular mode of Māori social living. Social in the sense that there is a physical and social sense of community in the way that this particular style of housing is designed. It was a term that was, in the olden days, used to refer to housing that would exist around the pa or around a marae, around a central cultural locus where people could practice their culture, speak their language, and hang out with their neighbours. What we are using this term to mean in the 21st century, and this has been borne out by chapters in district plans in councils such as Kapiti, in councils such as Porirua, and councils also such as the Hut now have requested one be drafted, is what this might look like in the 21st century. So that is what is meant by that, and we are a little bit late on the ball game there, so I'd really like to bring us into that space, and I understand there are conversations already underway which are endeavouring to make that happen. So that's one really important thing that we've been asked by our mana whenua partners to deliver, and so hence it is in here. Aside from that, the sections under mana whenua and Māori housing ultimately carry the intent of helping our people to secure permanent solutions to housing, whilst noting that home ownership is not necessarily the ultimate goal for all. And thus, there is also a provision of long-term rentals, which is made mention of in that wording. And then finally, there is a part in there about helping mana whenua to, helping whānau with access to support to get them in and also out of emergency housing as and when the time comes. Aside from that, I would just generally like to say that I support this amendment. I will intend to vote in favour. Kia ora.
Great. So who would like to debate these amendments? Please put your hand up and we'll add you to the speaking amendment. The speaking order. So I'm going to speak to these amendments now. Beginning with a big thanks to you, Councillor Pannett, for all of your work on these. It's a really excellent set of amendments. I mean, there's so much in there. You've really worked hard to incorporate the needs and aspirations of your colleagues, so thank you. There's two things I want to call out in particular in relation to these amendments. The first is trying to figure out how we do this rental inspection service. I don't know if everyone around this table is aware, but as a renter in Wellington City, it's truly one of the hardest, dingiest places to rent in Aotearoa. It's really hard trying to do your everyday life and study and work and enjoy your life when you live in subpar, mouldy flats. And that's a big part of our city, living in those mouldy flats. And if you look under the Health Act, there's a part in there that talks about councils actually having the power to be able to hold those landlords to account for the standards of their housing. But the penalties for that are so low. But just because the penalties are low doesn't mean we shouldn't enforce it. We have the power to do it. So I think what these amendments are seeking to figure out is how can we make those penalties higher, and I want to see landlords held to account. But also, you know, we actually need a bit of teeth behind that. You know, just because the penalty is small doesn't mean we shouldn't look to enforce it. So I'm really excited about the work that's been done here. A massive thanks to Renters United for creating the Healthy Homes Commitment and all of the research that's gone into it. You heard Geordie this morning, the impact of subpar housing on the people who live in it, particularly on children who suffer from preventable illness, is a shame, and we should really try our best to alleviate that. The second thing I really wanted to advocate for in these amendments is a new homelessness strategy. I just really can't accept what's happened in the last few weeks and know that we don't have a plan in place. Our plan expired in 2020 to deal with homelessness. When I was walking to work last week, I saw a really young boy, he would have been about 12, begging outside, actually I won't even say where. But, you know, we've really got to do something about it. I don't feel confident. I know we've had the briefings and I know we've heard from everybody and there's a lot of excellent stuff going on, but I don't feel confident without a strategy that we actually have a plan to address it, and I think we really need that. I accept it might require more resources, but we've only spent $3.3 million in the last decade on homelessness, and we wonder why it's so prevalent in our city. I think we need to commit more funding. Yeah, so I will be supporting that. So I just wanted to call out those two things. Thanks, Councillor Pennant, for all your work. So next we've got Councillor Brown.
I'm opposed to this, and the reason is simply that I feel that this is quite a major program of work and strategic statement, and it's the sort of program of work and strategic statement which I may well support. I mean, I basically only got myself elected onto council, or sought to be elected onto council, to improve the housing situation in Wellington. But I just feel that rushing into something like this in the time frame that we've been given to actually consider these factors, and also to get a more substantive response from management as to their ability to be able to execute these objectives, we just don't have the time. And so I would much rather that we didn't do something on the rush now, which feels to me like there's a lot of virtue signalling going on, and I would rather that we actually considered these suggestions with more time and more consideration and did it later.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I would like to speak to this amendment in support, and specific to affordable housing and the S. Regardless to the culturally appropriate financial system, what it means is, if you just search it, even in Australia, they have a big time. There are a good number of our community members in Wellington, your constituents, all of you, who currently struggle in the way they invest and manage their money because of the financial system that we have. Some other countries, they pick that how that works, because for some of those community members, they don't consume interest. That means you invest together, and when you lose, the bank loses with you. When you gain more, the bank gain at the same time. So it's completely different types of financial system. And the same way, when we go to a food there to eat, some of the foods I don't eat, which respectfully some of you enjoyed. So we need options in the financial system as well, the same way we got different options here. Recently I found out actually our chicken is halal, so from now on I can eat. So the financial system is, so the financial system can get into that level as well, where those communities can benefit out of it. Because of that reason, you will be surprised, a big number of immigrant communities, most of them who do well in this country, they move out to Australia. And the reason is here they can't own a house. It's almost impossible to save a house to buy cash. You can't. And if they can't consume interest, that is an issue. So as a council, we can't do much. The central government is doing some job in that area, and we are asking our mayor to advocate for the community that she represents. This is basically very easy kind of ask no financial things, commitment from our side. There is a knowledge base outside if the council want to understand more, and this is basically what it's asking. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Foon. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora tātou. Just actually want to thank Councillor Pannett and Councillor Paul and Councillor Wenera for the big mahi on these amendments. Yes, it was interesting seeing them come through last night, but in the offices, just really want to acknowledge that. Feels great that we're all working together and really appreciative. Just two amendments that I wanted to bring your attention to that have kindly been put in this batch. Amendment number O regarding co-housing. So co-housing in many other countries is just normal housing. That's when a group join together, possibly a version of papakāinga in another way, but basically it is affordable housing because they can cut out the middleman to join together to, middle person, thank you, Councillor Apanovich, to be able to collectively pool resources and to build homes together, with the idea that they could share major amenities like kitchens, gardens, living spaces. So, but the benefit, it's not really about the affordability, it's about the social outcomes that you get through this opportunity. So a good model of this is in Denmark, thank you Councillor Pannett, the House of Generations, where they say it's about building diversity and connection. And so really what you've got there is possibly a housing complex which may have a childcare centre along with old people, and so that you're sharing the responsibility and the community together. Just one idea, but I do encourage you to look that up. So really, we're also seeing good growth in the southern parts of our globe. We're in Melbourne, for example. It is taking off with the Nightingale project. But meanwhile, in New Zealand, we are stagnating and projects are struggling to be alive. And while we acknowledge that there is issues around funding, there are many things that councils could be doing just to help these projects know that they've got a stake sorted over here, which at the moment we're almost another set of barriers to try and get through. And so what this amendment is asking for is that council kind of looks at what councils can do, make it public, so that when people are moving into a co-design, a co-housing project, which are often young people, so it's not the standard way of building and buying houses, that they know that there's a process in council that they can follow. And an example of that is one of the big ways we can do it is by having a facilitator for them to help them through the processes so they know what they're going to do. Another way we could do it is through grants funding, that we may have a seed fund project that actually helps support a housing project. It gets repaid and then it keeps feeding into another project. So there's a pipeline coming through. I've lost all my notes, they've gone wayward. But anyway, I think the main thing is this is definitely a community that are trying to get off the ground and they're really struggling. It's succeeding overseas, it's succeeding in Australia. Why can we not do it here? And we can be a part of helping that happen. And my other amendment, once again, thank you, Councillor Pannett, is just around firming up the clarity on the urban design panel. My understanding was that the urban design panel would come alongside the district plan, and so what this is really asking us to do is be clear that we want that information on how the urban design panel will work so that we can make a decision on it for the long-term plan. So it's really about clarity of timing and that it will come forward at that time. So kia ora and thank you. I do ask for your support on those amendments.
Great, thank you. Mia Whānau.
Kia ora koutou. Huge thank you for the work put into these amendments. Housing is a key priority for many of us, so it's important that we get it right. So I appreciate the engagement and amendments from Councillor Paul, Councillor Weneta, and of course Councillor Pennant. And I appreciate the mahi also put in from our housing staff as well. I'm really stoked to see Māori housing actions as an absolute priority for mana whenua, and partnership with mana whenua will be key to making progress on better housing outcomes for Māori and of course our community as well. I love seeing the strength and protection for renters through the amendments put forward, which will allow for healthier rentals. It is in a state at the moment, so I appreciate the work on this. I'm looking forward to seeing us lead the work with central government to strengthen our standards and enforcement, and bringing other cities on board as well as we lead that way. Homelessness is a key priority for many of us, so I support those amendments so we can continue having a strategy in that area. We owe it to our vulnerable communities, and as a resident of the inner city, I can see how important this mahi will be. Too many of our people are still sleeping rough on the streets. So, you know, there's a lot of work done here, and I will look forward to supporting all of these amendments.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, and likewise, I can really thank the colleagues who've been involved in putting these together. But there is quite a lot to absorb if you only saw them late last night. And now I'm trying to get my head around some of this. And this has been a passion area for me, particularly the housing quality. I worked for many years with Sustainability Trust, actually, as a home energy advisor, looking at people's rental properties and owned properties. And there's a lot you can actually do to improve them, but not everybody's aware of how. So I'm quite supportive of that. I'm really a bit nervous about the level, like all of these coming at once, the level that this of extra work this is going to impose on our officers. So I know we've heard that they can fit it in, but my common sense approach tells me that it might be harder than we think, to actually manage to do these all well. I guess for that reason, I'm probably not going to vote for one or two of them that I think are less important. Yeah. So that's where I'm sitting.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thank you. This has been, going through these amendments has been very, very difficult for me because I've been looking at it from the perspective of my experience with helping immigrant groups. One of the things that actually affected me was that presentation the other day on homelessness. And I listened to that very carefully and looked at what our officers were doing and what their recommendations and issues were. So I have a lot of confidence that they are doing the right thing, and I'd like to see them have the freedom to use flexibility to find solutions for the issues and the problems that we have. So I'm concerned that a lot of these resolutions, they're quite, they narrow the parameters, and I'm worried that it'll push the council officers into trying to follow these parameters, and it makes their job much more difficult. So I'd like to have further discussions with them on this. I think that there's no doubt that we all want the same thing. We all want to do the right thing. We all want to see people sort of in warm houses. I absolutely believe in improving the conditions of rental houses. I want to see people in warm, sort of safe houses. But I'm also afraid that there may be unforeseen consequences in that, and that I wouldn't like to see landlords decide, and I've talked to many people who rent houses, and I've talked to them and they said, look, if it becomes too difficult for them, if they have to do all these different things, then it may not be worthwhile for them to do. So they may actually go out of renting. And so those are one of the unforeseen circumstances that I wouldn't like to see, that there's a much tighter market for renters. So it makes it more difficult for them. I mentioned when I work with the immigrant groups, I find that I try and help them to sort of get used to the systems that we actually have in New Zealand, in Wellington, and to help them to, whether it's finding accommodation or the way of life, or where to buy things, or where to go to get things done, the legal avenues that they have to access. And I can't think of any instances where any of these groups have actually told me that, they can't work within the laws and the systems that we have here, and we would like those changed because they don't suit us. What they have asked me is that what does this mean, and what do I do about this, and how do I actually achieve this? Like, this is what I want to achieve. How do I achieve this, and how do I do that within these regulations, these laws that we have? And so I've been trying to help them, and I've been doing a lot of research with the legal advice people and ask them how we can actually do this. So I'm not sure that I'm not convinced that changing the rules to suit different groups is actually a good thing. I want to make it easier for everyone to understand how they can actually get things done, how they can actually find places, how they can actually work out their issues. So I think that having, a very, very narrow restriction on these, it may actually make it more difficult for them. And so I'm not entirely comfortable with this. I think that Councillor Brown had very good points there that I hadn't actually considered, but I think that when we bring out all these different things that we're requiring council officers to do, it makes their job much more difficult that they may not be able to achieve them. So, that's the position I'm in. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. Yes, these big changes at the last minute, very disconcerting. I've seen many of the councillors who support this reject previous amendments that have come forward on the basis that they're just too little, just too late because of the scope. That said, I've been guilty of also bringing in last-minute amendments, so I appreciate this stuff. However, happens to us all. I think for me there are three quite significant issues with these amendments. This is a big change of scope. And whenever we're looking at all of these things, I followed councillor as a community board member for many years, and when I look at these things, I'm always conscious of the public view of this. Okay, the public have had our papers, and it used to be the council put papers out 2 days before the council meeting, and the public came back to us and said that's not enough time. It's not enough time to get through some of this difficult stuff and to go and contact councillors and get some questions answered, especially to find them out. And so we shifted to a week, and this has been really excellent. I think it's a great move. But this amendment really came, with a couple of hours, and this is quite a big change, and the public are probably finding out about this literally as we speak, and yet they've had no chance to contact us, no chance to come in and do a public submission, even in support of it, because it's too new. And I think the wide range of this is really missing that democratic element. I'm also concerned about the lack of clarity. I mean, I understand, so thank you, Councillor Winera, for explaining that, but I am concerned about instructing officers to do stuff where they come back and say, we're still unpacking what the meaning is. We should always be clear with our instructions, just as a matter of course. We should, and certainly we should be able to have a clear statement of exactly what we want them to do. But lastly, I'm also concerned because, we're not working together. The mover and Amanda has been working with a subgroup of councillors on this, and I only discovered it this morning, whereas others obviously have known about it for quite some considerable time. And I'd rather that we work on these big things together. So for that combined set of reasons, I support the intent of a lot of it, but it's just too much too late. So sorry, I can't support this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pennant. Your right of reply.
Speak to. Oh, kia ora, sorry.
Remember to put your hand up if you want to speak.
I was thinking about it. I want to say that, and it was probably only because of the comments of the last speaker, that isn't what I heard the officers say. We have officers that specialise in certain areas, and the officer that was speaking turned the time over to the one who did specialise, and he was quite clearly able to communicate to us what the meaning of papakāinga meant. But what I want to speak to is that I'm going to support this. I normally get really hoha with Iona doing all of these lengthy amendments, and I did say to her, don't talk too much or I won't vote for it. So I will say that, but I am going to support these, and essentially that's because the questions that were asked a number of times about the capacity for our officers to implement what's been asked of them has been answered satisfactorily in my mind. And of all of the things that are here, the one that I am in most support of is the updated strategy for our homelessness. I think that is a real indictment on our society in New Zealand that this happens, and it happens for a number of reasons. We do have a lot of mental health issues where living on the streets is preferable for these people, but I think it really is an indictment on our society and the modern world that we live in, that we have so many of our people homeless. And so I'm happy to support this in its entirety. Kia ora.
Thank you, Poe Liz. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. I wanted to acknowledge the Te Mahana strategy, which ran with this council from 2015 to 2020. And at the time, it was ceiling breaking for the mahi that it had. It was one of the first local authority strategies around homelessness. It was one of the first strategies to acknowledge housing first, and government policy didn't come into housing first until like 2019 on a lot of this stuff in terms of strong investment. So I want to acknowledge the previous mayor, Justin Lester, and the then homelessness leader Brian Dawson for their mahi, and I remember looking up to this council then. The reality is that by the time I came into council, the strategy had just expired in 2020, and those principles, although really amazing, are now not up to scratch in 2023. The review or the workshop that I chaired last week on homelessness highlighted two really key opportunities. One is that we can't currently include the experience of people that have come through and experiences homelessness themselves. And two, there's a very large gap for the support and need for Māori-led housing and kaupapa Māori solutions to ending homelessness. So I do think that this is a really timely commitment. A lot of us ran on the ticket of housing, and this is your opportunity today to see that commitment through. And it wasn't that long ago that in Wellington City we had young mums raising their babies in emergency housing for 6 months at a time when EH was only supposed to be used for a few days. And I don't think it's good enough the way that we are. I can't remember like who specifically the words of the quote, but it always sticks with me, and I think it's brought up in a range of different relationships that we have in local government. But the measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable people. And the fact that we have so many whānau on our streets right now, I just don't think is good enough. One person homeless is a crisis. And, you know, you say, oh, I haven't had enough time to process this. I think I've had like several years to consider the impact of my decisions, and I really commend to my colleagues all around the table today to support these amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I mean, I could have supported one or two of them, but a whole raft of them, it almost seems that we're resetting our strategy or resetting our priorities, but I still don't really know what our priorities are. We have got a limited number of staff resources, and I really appreciate staff saying, look, yeah, we can do that, but I really wonder how we are stretching our staff's resources to be able to deliver effectively on at least some of the work that we want to see. Homelessness is a big issue, but the council's is just one part of helping to solve this. Government plays a big part in terms of their settings, and they have a lot more money than we do. And I actually asked around this table who actually has spoken to anybody in government formally talking about this situation on our streets, our city safety, our homelessness, the issue of housing, but what has actually been achieved. because I haven't seen a hell of a lot, to be honest, from this government at all in supporting us to do our work. We get no extra funding. We basically just get what's in our rates. So we've got to make sure that we deliver effectively on what we can do. And I think this is just trying to stretch things too much for officers. We've seen what happens when we don't put the right capability and capacity into our organisation to deliver. And that's one of the reasons we have a PX paper on this agenda. So I think you just need to really think carefully. With these amendments coming in at the last minute, the actual scale of them and what we're asking our officers to deliver, I think we do need to think about some of the stuff, but we need to do it in a bit more an organised way so that we can actually not only have a strategy or a plan, is actually make sure we actually are delivering on things. And I don't see this council delivering on a hell of a lot. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Look, I think these are generally pretty good amendments, and I'm happy with the strategic direction. I want to thank the councillors that have obviously put in pretty significant effort to do this. But I do want us to get a little bit consistent about how do we do these things so that they come in front of us earlier. It would be hypocritical for me to not bring that point up, given I've made this point several times already around the table, even when it's with stuff I actually broadly agree with. So obviously this hasn't been my best week of health. And I think I saw them about 2 nights ago, or the start of them. But for me, I guess I'm really now today drawn to this rather than what's in the substantive, because it's come up and when it has. So I'm not sure if it's workshops, if it's working groups, if it's subcommittees, but I'd just like us as a council again to get a bit better on how we can bring this stuff together and earlier, just so that it's really processable, because my brain, the way I work, I just struggle with this download of information at a quick time. And I know that's a me issue, but if there's a way we can work as a council just to get this stuff when it's going to be substantive changes to a paper that's coming, I'd really love us to explore it. So happy to support it. A lot of work and a lot of good stuff in here. Just, a bit of a plea that can we get better and better on process for this stuff. Cheers.
Councillor Pannett, would you like to write a reply?
I would. There may be some members of the public who thought I didn't care about housing. We had a very difficult last 3 years, but and some of my allies, I just want to assure you this is the absolute response that many of us see this as an urgent issue. And if you want to sort housing, I would ask you all to vote for these amendments, not to get caught up in process. They are very, very important amendments if we're going to solve the many problems that we are facing. I just want to address the process. I think, look, I did say to the chair and Mr. Hodgetts that it would be good to have a workshop. The reason they're so big is and I think possibly before it comes to us back next in December, that might be something that would be helpful to do. And I think that would be useful to be able to do, because I like having that conversation. I would say, though, that sometimes I do get there's process issues. I'm not going to support you. So if you want people to talk to you, it's also helpful just to be kind of prepared to do the negotiation. I also think that councillors are smart people. None of these things are really that new, and so we've all had quite a lot of time to think about it through this term and prior to getting elected. So, and I have great confidence that that this can be managed. And also I tend to have a lot of trust too with colleagues when I agree with them, where they're coming from a value place that's similar to mine. It is not virtue signalling. It's almost a cliche, Councillor Brown, through the chair. This is about fixing problems because there are so many. And it's also, for me, about sovereignty. And I appreciate that sovereignty will be understood differently. But if we want to have control over our lives, we need to have control over our housing, and this is what this has to be at the core of our strategy. Council officers have assured us numerous times that there is enough capacity. Some of these amendments have been spread out all over council. It's not just 2 people doing it. Just last 2 points. The papa kāinga, just to give councillors reassurance, I hope that commissioners do a great job and pick up, I think it was Ngāti Toa submission that said they wanted this chapter included. So hopefully they will do it. But if they don't, because we don't have much ability to influence this will just simply be a variation to the plan. We had over 80 variations to the last district plan. It's standard practice, because what happens is when you've got a massive document, it can't stay static for 20 years. You have to vary it. Problem is then it gets a bit messy and then you can't figure out whether it's actually coherent. But this is just a variation. It's absolutely standard, and there will be other things that councillors will want to put up for variations, I can assure you. Last point is I had my mind slightly blown actually by the conversation we had yesterday, Councillor Abdul Rahman. Just that being Pākehā and not knowing that there were barriers, but not kind of going, oh my goodness, just even having the interest issue. I just hadn't and so this is the benefit of having different voices and different experiences around the table to kind of go, we need to think about different ways of doing this. So I really encourage you to support this one. It's really important. It's listening to a representative of our refugee and migrant, immigrant communities saying, look, we need to do this differently. It's not about saying we're going to do a whole lot of work, because I know we don't have the capacity, but we can say to the government, keep going with the great stuff you're doing. It's not impossible. KiwiSaver got this great example of a trust that's been set up to help Islamic investors. It can be done. We just have to be really innovative. And instead of expecting people to fit one dominant model, there should be diverse models which fit the needs of the person needing the finance. And finance, of course, is absolutely critical. It's an absolute myth, actually, that people get housing without help. Everyone has had help, and everyone needs to continue to it. And, of course, the debacle of the 1980s reforms is that it took that away from us. It said no more help. Well, actually, we all need lots of help, and these amendments are trying to get to that end. Kia ora.
Thank you. All right, so who would like to take something separately? Because I'm happy for us to go through point by point, or do we want to do just all in one go?
So I think...
we've been asked to go point by point, so we're going to go point by point. Yep. All right. So the first one is around the report. So this is A? Okay, so we start with 2. Yep, sweet.
So we're doing the amendment?
We're doing Iona's amendment point by point, because we can do 2. We're going to do 2 straight off the bat. Yeah. All right. So this is, but then you don't know what the changes are until you voted for them. Yeah. No. Okay. No. So yeah. No. That's what. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with A. So that is coming back to this committee about a pilot program agreed with the MB to inspect rental properties in 2024 in time for long-term plan discussions. Okay. And a division on all of these. That's carried with 5 against. The next is B. Organise 2 meetings annually between the council and renting organisations. Can we do sections? Is that what you're going to ask?
Well, there's another one about politics that I wondered if it went with that, but I don't know.
Let's just do that.
Okay. Yeah. That will make it absolutely clear what you're voting for. Yeah, cool. That's carried with 6 against. Next, we've got the stock take on legislation and standards. So that's the bit about lobbying central government. Carried, 6 against. Next is the Papakainga chapter in the district plan, D.
Oh, sorry.
That's carried with 4 against. Next is E. This is about developing targets for public and affordable housing along the mass rapid transit route. That is carried with 7 against. Next, we've got the F, which is the amendment on the urban design panel. Carried with 4 against. Next we have G, advice on earthquake buildings and those wanting to build public and affordable housing. Carried, 3 against. Next we have H, we'll take H as 1, and that's on the advocacy for the changes to the Building Act and Code. Could we do I to M together? That's all the mana whenua and Māori housing ones. Sorry, that motion was carried 4 against. Can we do I and M together? Is that all right? Okay. Cool. I to M. That's all the mana whenua and Māori housing points. Carried with 6 against. Next is N, which is the homelessness strategy.
Could we grab a division on this one, please?
Everything's a division. Okay. Well, like, yeah, everything on this is going to be a division. Okay, this is homelessness strategy. That's carried with 4 against. Okay, affordable housing, O on co-housing. It's carried with 3 against. P, this is on polytechnics and regular forums for young people. Carried 4 against. Q, this is about advocating to the government to scale up the Te Kāinga program. Carried with 5 against. Next is R, which is about the Warm Up Wellington Home Energy Save program. That's carried with 5 against. Okay, we've got S, which is the culturally diverse finance system. I know. Alpha. Oh, sorry. That's carried with 7 against. And then we've got, can we do T and U together? Yeah, let's do T and U together. Great. Okay. Is that fine? Yep, sweet. Cool, let's do that. Then after that, we're going to take a 2-minute bathroom break, and then we're back with Councillor Randall's amendments. No, we need to get this paper out of the way before we have lunch. Yeah. What's that? Oh, yeah, and then, yeah. Okay, hang on, one more thing to vote on. Just the two, yeah. Okay, that's carried 7 against. Now let's just do 2, that kind of accepts all of that.
Yeah, but is that do we still have to do Councillor Randall's amendment first?
Yeah, 2 from the amendment. Yeah, so I've just been advised that that's what we need to do in terms of process. So let's just... Yeah, and then we're going to go back to debate and Councillor Randall will introduce his amendments.
I'm just wondering how we don't normally do those ones until we've done the amendments, isn't it?
The 2, which is the...
With the following changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the vote to add that to...
Well, no, we'll do that again at the end. Yeah, yeah. It's just that was a part of Iona's amendment. Okay. So, all right, everybody vote. Everybody vote. Oh, you can change it. If you just click. All right, real quick 2-minute bathroom stop, and then we're back for Councillor Randall's amendments. Carried with 4 against. opportunity to ask questions of officers.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Yes, so this amendment is really, as far as I'm concerned, a really quite a small thing, and for the Northern Ward, it's really about getting our processes being done in the correct order. We have been going through a process in Johnsonville. Of course, we are a targeted area for high density housing and a priority area as well. And, you know, a part of that, of course, is not only putting in more housing, and we actually did a visit the other day with some new housing going in, which was great, but also making sure there's adequate open spaces to preserve and, if possible, improve the amenity of the whole area. The area down in the southern end of the Johnsonville Triangle to the south of the mall is really a concrete jungle, as anyone who's driven through there knows. And the council has been working through a plan, an open and green spaces plan for Johnsonville. We've recently discovered, however, that that plan did not consider the one site, the one piece of property in that area that's owned by the City Council, which is the old library site. And the reason that they didn't consider it is because it was designated for housing in the housing plan. This of course, is a big surprise to everybody, including the Johnsonville community, including the Johnsonville Business Group, who actually recently did a submission to us about the need for a space in there. And they've you would have all received by email their presentation and their open spaces, their submission to the open spaces and recreation strategy that supports a park in that area, and to have some green space, and that the library site be considered for that. And I would like to table these two documents with your permission as part of this amendment. Unfortunately, so we've missed it. We're not doing the high level plan before we've actually designated our own properties as being available to that plan. And this amendment really takes that site off the housing register, if you like, so that it can be considered for open space. This is the choice we're facing. We're either going to ask the council to consider all the properties in that area for open space or for housing, rather than just for housing. The need for green space in the area is critical, as outlined in the submission, and you know, I really would ask you. So we've worked with officers. You can ask questions of them, but I understand the officers do not oppose this. And in the end, all of the stuff for it to be used as housing, it's still a council property. It's still able to be done, and councillors can come to us if they've got a particular proposal to deal with that particular site. At the moment, it is available to be chosen either which way, is my understanding. So I ask for your support for this amendment. I think it's a pretty much of a procedural thing, really, and it's something that the Northern Ward councillors are all supportive of, just to get things straight so that we can get a chance for some good green space. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So now is an opportunity to ask questions of officers. So just put your hand up. Sweet. So we'll start with Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. I am sympathetic to Councillor Randall's concern with green space. So, Mr. Hodgetts, I'm just wondering if would there be any problem with making that noting stronger, that, you know, that we do see this as a priority to have the green space in this very, you know, because there is a lot of intensification?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think note A and B are statements of fact, aren't they? We have a legal barrier on that old Johnsonville Library site, and the review is in progress, and I think there was some advice provided by officers that'll be back to us in September, October, on the green space review. So I look, in terms of C, is that the question you're asking me?
No, it was just actually A, whether we could make it recommit, as a new council, to ensuring that we do, because what they're worried about is that some potential space is being lost. So is it that we can make a commitment, like I did with the Frank Kitts one, that we make a commitment to putting it somewhere else?
Yeah, but in terms of forming these amendments, I provided some advice to councillors that you know, we will be doing a growth plan for Johnsonville, and that will look at green space within that Johnsonville CBD area. So that's absolutely happening.
Councillor Matthews.
So just to be clear, your advice is that we leave the old Johnson Library site in the housing action plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. So yesterday I provided some advice to councillors and Paul McCorry was with me at the time. So we've got a legal barrier in place that we're trying to clarify at the moment, that site must be used for housing. We will do that as soon as we can. And the other comment we made is that this is currently a housing site that council has accepted and adopted, and we've been progressing that site and its future on that basis.
Councillor McNulty.
So I think the main concern here is how do you make this work in a way that nothing happens on that site until we get that town plan paper that you've brought forward there? Is there anything we can change and see to make that happen? Because that seems like the way forward, is that you're saying the site can still remain in the HAP, but we want to wait till we get that more integrated plan to see if the site can be best utilised, in my opinion, to build as much housing as possible. So is there a way of making that work from officers' perspective?
Look, this is a matter for debate for council. I'm not sure I can offer any advice at this short notice, only to say again, our adopted position is this is a housing site. We've made some comments in the Q&A yesterday about the suitability and location of this for green space, but that green space review will be coming back to you in September, October, and that might be another opportunity for you to reconsider this matter.
I guess if, let's say someone comes in tomorrow and says, we want to grab the site, do 20 units there, is there any mechanism currently that lets councillors review that before going further? That's kind of, is there a gate on this, I guess, is what I'm
the gate, that's correct. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I understand your question now, Councillor. The gate is council signs off any leases or land purchases, so we'd bring that to you in some form anyway via a report.
Poe Liz.
Thank you. For you, Madam Chair, can you just confirm for me that the wording subject to legal advice, so subject to that legal advice, we can agree to blah, 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 blah. Have you got any problems with the wording for C?
No, I don't, because it is subject to legal advice.
That's what I understood. Okay, ka pai.
Cool. So, Councillor Randall.
In terms of the difference it would make if someone came along and wanted to use the site for housing, does it being in the housing action plan or being pulled from the housing action plan make any material difference to officers being able to bring that back to council?
Yes, it does. It does to us, and it does to the person potentially wanting to put housing there. Yeah, the strategic direction is important. If that was to change, which I believe what effectively you're debating here, well, so be it. But at the moment, it's materially important that that site stays at housing, because it gives confidence to us and to any potential purchaser or joint venture partner that that's going to be a housing site.
So can you confirm that because this site was a housing designated as a housing site, it hasn't been part of the Johnsonville open spaces review to date?
I'm seeing an officer at the back who knows this nodding, saying yes, that's correct. It hasn't been part of the green space work to date.
Yeah. So leaving this in the housing plan, will that affect the review, the potential review and consideration of a future review for looking at that site as being perhaps the best site or a suitable site for green space?
I think when the growth plan for Johnsonville comes back to council, that's an opportunity to take a fresh look at all the sites and all the opportunities around there. That's probably the most opportune time to reconsider that, because the densities being planned don't have a fine grain of detail at the moment. We haven't been in close to Johnsonville designing what that future town centre could look like, albeit it is owned by a private developer at the moment. So I'm unable to kind of give you advice at this stage in terms of that impact.
So you can't. So leaving it in the housing plan may impact the green space review. You're saying it might, as it has in the past.
No, it won't impact the green space review, because at the moment the policy position is that it's a housing site. So we will consider green space as required for housing within the CBD area and the densification that's been estimated for Johnsonville over time. My point is we will always plan for additional green space in Johnsonville just because the site isn't green space.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that you're saying that it won't affect the green space review, but I want to clarify. Well, it would not affect it in the sense that it will not be considered for the green space review because it's designated for housing, or you're saying it will be considered for green space review, even though it's in the housing portfolio, because that's not what happened to date.
No, it won't be considered for green space in its current designation for a housing site.
Okay, Councillor Abdurrahman.
So, Liam, usually councillors here, when we vote, we say yes or no. We don't have options. For you, do you support this or not, the amendment from officer's perspective?
Just to take council back to the last triennium, and I've made this point a number of times, we act at your will, and at the moment, this is designated a housing site. So what I was able to say to Tony is that I'm quite comfortable with this being debated. The way it's worded and the way it's framed is fine. Note A and B is notes, that's a statement of fact. C is for debate. And I'm just telling you the facts at the moment, and this site is a housing site.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
But your advice is that we should leave the site in the Housing Action Plan. And just to clarify, I want to go back over sort of asking a question that Councillor Randall but from the opposite perspective. Retaining the site in the Housing Action Plan does not constrain us from our ability to negotiate and intensify the site even further.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Poe Liz, and then we're going to go into debate.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we should just go into debate because I'm getting really confused now.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Yep, cool, great. All right, so Councillor Randall, who's seconding your motion?
Councillor Panovich.
Cool, great. Would you like to speak now or would you like to speak later? Cool.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, interesting place. I got my first library card at this Johnsonville Library when I was 10, so yay. Yeah, remember it well. Still hang out there occasionally, live locally. It is a very unusual site, I must admit, in the location. Do I have a preference over housing or green space? In Johnsonville, I like the green space. I think we've done quite well putting more green space in there. Is there an option for more? Possibly. Should we at least contemplate that for this site? I think so. So that is why I am seconding this motion.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? And can we not have side conversations, please? Councillor Matthews.
I guess you won't be shocked by the tone of my questions that I'm opposed to the third part of this amendment. And I guess, I want to be clear, given the debate that we've had about the amendments and the wider action plan, I'm not interested in a kind of loophole, finding a legal loophole to avoid building housing in a site where there was housing and where we've committed to build housing. I am interested in finding more places and making it easier for us to build housing. And my understanding is that the leaving the site in the Housing Action Plan will only make it easier for housing to be developed in this area. It doesn't constrain us having debate, having negotiations with developers or other parties to broaden the site, to do more. And I guess I've heard some stuff about the wider kind of Johnsonville area, but I guess I'm very, very averse to waiting on stride for anything when there is an urgent need for housing in our community. I note that opposition to housing and or social housing on the site predates this council, and I would also note that opposition to housing or social housing on any site takes a variety of forms, including the suggestion that there be green space in that site instead. I think obviously, there is a need for greater green space in Johnsonville, and that work is ongoing already. I support strengthening that if there was an amendment to as Councillor Pennant had outlined, that we, do a trade-off in terms of we make a commitment to a green space of a similar size. I would note it almost certainly, well, it wouldn't be in this spot for reasons including the site. It's right by a main road. A park would not be used in this place. It would quickly become a probably dangerous space, because where you put parks is very important. You have to put them where people are, and that is the other end of Johnsonville, the Johnsonville inner city area. Aside from the constraints around the substation, which hasn't been covered today, but also about our existing commitments to put housing on the site. So, I don't see that this advantages us in any way, except making it more difficult to deliver housing in this area or having it take longer. So, as someone who's very strongly pro-housing, per my support for all of those amendments, I don't want to take a site that we have, which is highly, would be a very desirable place to build more housing. It's close to public transport, it's close to amenity, it's a great place for people to live. It is not a great place for a park, for the many reasons I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So, Councillor Randall, look, I do have some sympathy for your concern. As you know, I think when you're doing planning, you do everything, not just as the MPSUD, which put a really, really strong focus on housing. We needed to plan the green space. It was just as important. And when we went through the district plan, spatial plan process, we did raise questions about the green space. So we did get our green network plan through the CBD, but that work is still to be done in the suburbs, and it's very, very, very important. And it's very difficult that the process is as it is. Now, I can't put up another amendment because I've raised some, but if someone wanted to foreshadow and say, agree that we'll find compensatory space, that might be helpful. I'm not going to vote for this. I have in the past objected to council getting rid of green space in Johnsonville because I think it needs to be greened. But I agree with Councillor Matthews that this would be a better place for housing than for a park, and we need to put the green space elsewhere. And Johnsonville's going to be tricky because it looks like it's kind of a 1950s planning model, right? And we're just going to have to change that. I mean, it's got the best library in the city at the moment. It's got excellent access to public transport. It could be so great for everyone living there. And so that's why I think it's good every triennium just to make a stronger commitment to saying to the community who will be concerned, we will do the green space. We promise you that we will do it, even though Mr Hodges has given us very clear advice. So if someone wanted to do that, that would be helpful. So, Councillor Randall, please don't take my vote against as a vote against green space. I'm very, very passionate about it, but I just think it's not the right space. Kia ora.
Thank you, Poe Liz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support this recommendation, and essentially it's because the wording, to me, I'm comfortable with the wording that it's subject to legal advice and the answers that we've been given, that there's going to be a review in September, which isn't that far away. But by having this in here, it means that that space can be included. Not that it will be, but it can be included, and I think it'd be useful to hear from the people, the community, what they have to say about the space. And also the other reason why I'm going to support this is because I fully support housing. We have a housing crisis, we have a housing shortage, and we need to build more houses. But our officer has told us that there is no project currently in the pipelines that's going to be that's tagged for that space. And I'm comfortable that if there is any potential developer that's looking at that site, that the fact that we're saying that we want that space to be included when we do the overall plan, that is not going to stop a developer coming to council and saying, hey, we want to build these houses. And the officer has made it real clear to us that any potential housing project will come back here. So all I see this saying is, let's have that space included in is it the spatial planning for the green space? That's all I see this amendment saying. It isn't saying that it's going to stop housing, and it isn't saying it's going to be green space, and it isn't saying that we'll be subject to any legal things. I think the way that that's been written, for me, I'm comfortable that all of my concerns have been addressed, and I really would like to hear from the people of this community what they want that space to be used for. It's all very well for us to say no, that's not a good space. I think the people who live there know that area better, and that we should give them the opportunity to say to us what they want it to be used for. So I'm going to support this amendment.
Cool. Mia whānau.
Kia ora koutou, and I want to thank the ward councillors for coming together and putting this amendment forward and for following due process. I was genuinely torn with this one because I do want to take the advice of our councillors, and I do support green open spaces, so I do thank you for that. But in the end, my priority, and as I harped on about with the last amendments, is more housing across our city, including Johnsonville as a metro. More quality green housing for more people. So while I don't want to take away this particular housing site from the plan, I do tautoko your intention of finding another area. So I would like our officers to create more green spaces in Johnsonville. I just can't in good faith support the amendment to take this particular site away. So thank you, Councillor Randall, for putting this forward. But essentially that's why I won't support it, but I do support the idea behind it.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And as people know, as somebody who lives in outer Johnsonville, it has been for 20 odd years. I know, outer Johnsonville. No, not that side. But anyway, and I'm just, that's what a previous mayor said where I live, so I'm taking it. Now, the thing is, I've been in the area for quite some time. My kids hung out there. When my kids were teenagers, Johnsonville Mall, Johnsonville area was where they would go. They were, you should have had the joy when they heard that Johnsonville Mall was going to build a movie theatre. Didn't have to come into town, didn't have to travel. That was in the mid-2000s. The mall is still the same. The car park is shocking. It's just grey. Everything is grey there. Now, you might want to go back and look at WCC records because, yes, more housing, more green space. There is a 2008 Johnsonville plan, which allowed for all of that. And this is why I get infuriated in parts. We have all these frameworks, we put all these plans, we debate strategy, we debate putting extra actions in, but we don't deliver. 2008, we've had Stride coming to us. They're just land banking. But what are we doing about it? What are we doing about saying, hey, you've got some space, we want some green space there, because that's the best space for this community. We want to build housing. With housing, we need other amenities. You just don't put a block of flats in. Now, currently that library has some old flats at the back of it, social housing. That site could be great, not necessarily for a green space, but for a broader development with the neighbouring properties. But we've got to do things well. So we have very few levers. And I think this is the case that Councillor Randall is making. Yes, it might not be ideal green space, but it's a lever for us to actually get some action on this. So we might be able to swap that space for something else. So I think what you need to do is, I know some of you said, no, I won't support it because it's not the right space for green. We want to build housing. Everyone wants to build housing. It's actually delivering that housing. So we need to make sure that we are set up to deliver housing, but we have to use what levers we can. We just keep allowing Stride to manipulate us, to control us, and build, and just land bank. It's just not on. This is meant to be a metropolitan centre of Wellington. It's ideal. We've invested. We built a new library. We've upgraded the pool, but it's all ad hoc. You know, the community actually have built a community centre. It's funded by businesses there. They went with money. They offered that money to Johnsonville, to the council. They never heard back, so they built their own. And so that's provided free. In fact, you can go and rent that, you can have that building for free. You go to a council building, to the Johnsonville Community Centre, funded by our council, you have to pay. And I know where we all go to have our community meetings now. It's airy, it's bright, it's fresh. We go there to the collective site. So I think you've got to start listening to the community and delivering good things for that community. You know, there's a lot of new housing already going in there. You know, it's had a medium density plan since 2013. The development since then was really ad hoc. I hear that we are only just starting work, or I think in the last 12 months, on an infrastructure upgrade plan for that area. This was a plan that Council agreed in 2008. I suggest you go and look at it. It's great. It's a good framework. It's a good spatial framework, and about where the green space is needed and all the other amenities. So I'm asking you to support Councillor Randall. Yes, it may not be the right spot for a green space, but it's one of the only few levers we have to actually get some good progress to make a town centre that is going to support the people of Johnsonville and wider Johnsonville. So please, just please think about the opportunities in supporting Councillor Randall's amendment.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fern.
I was just going to suggest that I would be happy to foreshadow an amendment that would say that council will commit to finding green space.
Great.
In Johnsonville.
Great. Thank you. Oh. Okay, lots of seconders. That's great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor McNulty.
Look, I want to start off by actually saying this is a fantastic site for housing, but it can actually be a lot better, and it can be a lot better for a more coordinated approach, and I think there's some merit in this amendment, and I want to talk through it as to, you know, when this was initially drafted, we knew a lot less than we knew when this became drafted and had response from officers. So, you know, look, there's Einstein's definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I'd say for the last 2 decades, that has been predominantly the setting of council. And I'm sure we've had a lot of really warm wishes from other councillors previously elected saying, yes, yes, Johnsonville, you need green space, you do deserve it, that will be great. We're here 2 decades later and nothing has changed. We have a mall. People fall over in the potholes of that mall and require eye socket surgery. Like, I'm not being melodramatic here. I really encourage every councillor here to take a visit up to Johnsonville and look at how barren and dilapidated it's become, because it's depressing. I live up the hill from it. It is a depressing place that we're building a modern ghetto in a sense. And so this site can actually be part of what rejuvenates it through housing. So let's go to a bit of history. So officers broke that cycle by working with Stride for a year, where they basically dedicated an FTE to work with Stride and say, how do we take this library site in conjunction with the mall to enable 200 units. That's starting the cycle of thinking to do something different, and that's awesome. And unfortunately it failed because Stride have an Australian superannuation arm who are ruthlessly commercial. They care nothing but for their profit, and with the residential market in New Zealand waning, they said, oh, too scary, we're going to pull out. And they pulled out at the last minute, and it's a real shame because that would have been the rejuvenation that we need. So, look, Tony and I don't really agree on very much. We don't agree on Let's Get Wellington moving, on cycleways, on the annual plan, on parking, even on the site being green space. I'm reinforcing here that I think it's relatively rubbish green space site, but there's still merit in this. But what we do know is there needs to be a much more, excuse me a sec, coordinated approach in Johnsonville. As Councillor Calvert said, we had one in 2008 that didn't go anywhere, and we have to use any and all levers around that library site. So what can we actually do in this context? I think we can come and actually deliver more housing on it. If I go back to Einstein, what if we go back to Stride and say, okay, that 200 deal, we want it back on the table, and this time we've got the Public Works Act here, and we will compulsorily acquire your land if you don't look through it. That's where I'm coming from in terms of where I see there being real merit here, that we can actually deliver more housing than that site being used in isolation. And my fear, and look, it's somewhat assuaged, but it's still there, is that something comes up in the interim, because this is a difficult problem to solve. There's been 2 decades of trying to solve this problem, and something comes up that, say, delivers 20 or 30 units. We go, okay, well, yep, that's good, when we could have delivered 50 on the site in conjunction with more in there. So that's where I'm coming from on this. So, and that starts for rejuvenation, and this area is in desperate need of urban regeneration. If our, the CBD or the Golden Mile, we're about to do rejuvenation, great rejuvenation that needs to be done because we know what's happened and dilapidated. But, the CBD looks like, Times Square comparative to what we have in Johnsonville at the moment. Finally, I just want to say, look, I've been put into a bind. I feel like there's been some bad habits that have re-emerged. Now there's debate on the internet. If I don't support this today, I will be voting away from enabling housing. But if I do, if I do support this today, I'll be voting to take away and enabling housing. And if I don't support this, I will be told I'm not listening to the wishes of my local community, that I've ignored the business community, and that I'm against what they've said. And that's a really crappy place to be. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll speak last, just in case sorry?
I was going to second.
We don't do that until we vote on this. Yeah, so I think you have to wait. I think you need to, yeah. All right, okay, I'm going to keep going now. I thought I'd better speak just in case I end up with a casting vote. And I just want to say that, I do hear you and I do empathise. I actually lived in Johnsonville for a year when I was at uni, and I totally empathise. I mean, it's so outdated and it needs a lot of love. So I hear you. And I think regardless of the outcome of this vote, you've really made a strong case to officers about the need for investment and rejuvenation of Johnsonville. So I think you've won regardless of what happens. But I can't on principle support C. I can't morally accept using a site for potential public housing and affordable housing for the most, vulnerable, needy people in our society who's going to be living in there, as a wedge for what needs to happen anyway. I just morally can't do that. It just goes against my principle, and I just can't remove the potential for more housing. It goes against what I believe in and my values. So I won't be supporting C, but I thank you for your strong advocacy and yeah. All right, so the right of reply to Councillor Randall. So Councillor Foon has foreshadowed that should this fail, that you're going to prepare an amendment. So we'll continue with this debate. Otherwise, you could just have foreshadow. Yeah. So I'm going to go to Councillor Randall for a right of reply, and then we'll vote. Depending on that, we'll go Councillor Foon. Then you can speak. You can speak to the after as well. Yeah.
Okay, so So thank you for all the councillors who've contributed, and also for it does make you think. It is naturally a difficult thing, and it's actually because I'm reminded of an old joke. What does environmentalists do when it sees an endangered animal eating an endangered plant? There's no really good answer. But that's me being flippant. First of all, I want to say that I'm optimistic for Johnsonville for the future. The first thing that needs to be said, we're about to get our own business, our own bid is going to start running literally next month. Okay, Johnsonville is coming together. It's getting more stronger advocacy and more engagement, and this is one of the reasons why this is an important issue. It's an important issue for me as a councillor from that ward, as all the Northern Ward councillors. I want to thank my Northern Ward councillors. It is, for me, it's actually a ward issue. It's not actually a political issue, but I do understand that the politics does get in the road of this, and I appreciate that, and it's particularly the words from Councillor McNulty. I do want to address a couple of things, particularly some comments from Councillor Pennant, Councillor Matthews, talking about the site, saying that this wouldn't, they wouldn't put it in that spot. And with all due respect, that's actually for professionals to do through a green space review, because they've got to compare it to other sites in Johnsonville. And, Johnsonville is not an easy place. It's one of the windiest places in Wellington. It's in the saddle of a hill between Newlands Hill and Mount Kaukau. The prevailing wind goes through the northerly sort of 3 days out of 4. I mean, like the rest of Wellington, that's really great on a nice day. But, the sites that are actually wind protected and sunny are relatively few and far between, and in particular in this area. I also want to point out what you're actually deciding to do, because the officer outlined that if it remains in the green space plan, this site will not be considered in any open spaces review. So what you're actually deciding is that we can look at any site around that area for a new green park, except this site, the one site we own. That's actually what you're deciding to do. You're taking the one site that we own off the ability for officers to consider it, because while it's in the housing plan, it can't be considered for green space. Okay, so that's what I want to make sure. For me, it's about. So, Councillor Kelly, thank you. You absolutely nailed it. I think it's about the community. It's about enabling the community. What I'm trying to do is give the community choice, giving the community the ability to engage with the green space review, and for this site to be able to be part of that. Now, I'm not saying putting it in as a park. That's to be determined. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be used for housing. If it's not to be the site of a park, then of course it'll be used for housing. But if officers come along and say, this is actually, I know it's a shitty place, but it's actually still the best place, I don't want them to be able to be constrained from making that decision. And so it's for that reason, and it's for the reasons of democracy and local engagement, and I'm actually pushing this through, because I want every space, every property in that area to be considered for green space by officers, and it's absolutely ridiculous to me that the one space that we cannot consider is the one place we own. So I ask you on that basis to please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll take them one by one. So let's start with A. And did you want a division on that? Yeah. On all of them? Yep. Okay, so A, noting the green space review. Sorry, I'm not sure. Oh, there it is. Oh, yep, carried unanimously. And then B, around the legal barrier. And that's carried unanimously. And finally, C. division on all three, please. Oh, yeah, all three, yeah. Okay, so that's so I'll cast my vote against that. It's 9 and 9. Yeah, so it's a casting vote. 9 and 9, and I'm casting against. Okay, all right, thank you. So we're back to the main paper now. Deputy Mayor, do you want to put up your foreshadowed amendment?
Letitia is seeking advice on that. Kia ora.
Okay, so we're just getting the wording for that foreshadowed amendment up. And then we can get through this housing action plan before lunch, I think. To achieve through the amendment?
Yeah, I think it's been said really, and it might have been Councillor Pennant that brought the words, and so as Councillor McNulty has just said that these are nice words at the end of the day, but at least we've got them in there, and the idea is to find green space in the Johnsonville Metropolitan Centre.
Great, and
to the equivalent, to roughly the equivalent size. I'm happy to take the words out.
Find at least the equivalent.
So can I ask a point on this as well?
Yeah.
Can we add and an LTP funding request to support this? Would that be at least, again, because I want to try and move this into something tangible that moves a bit further down the train?
No, but we will have the green space plan presented in September, October, I think Sharon mentioned. So you should have a sense of size.
Okay.
I think Kelly...
Yep. So questions on this amendment? Any questions on this amendment? And who we got a seconder? Is that Councillor Wineta?
Yep.
Do you want to speak later? Or...
Yeah, sorry for my brief moment of drama at the vote there, team.
Apologies.
We're still in there? No, all good.
Do we have a second? You seconded Councillor Pennant. Okay, Councillor O'Neill, do you want to speak?
I'll reserve my right.
Great. Anybody want to speak to this amendment? Councillor Calvert?
Yeah, I'm going to support this, but again, I'm really disappointed that this came down to a casting. The lost amendment came down to a casting vote, and the local councillors weren't listened to, and this is why the community loses faith in council when it doesn't listen and it doesn't try and work with the local community. And so I mean, this is the best we can do. But I just think everyone needs to think about that we're here representing our communities and trying to do the best for the city as a whole. But we've got to start actually delivering on stuff that the community wants, not just talking about it. And as we just want to remind you, 2008, and we just need to not only have money in for green space, but we need to have money to take stride to court, compulsory acquisition of land that we need to make this centre what it should be. So I hope that when that comes to this council, that you will look upon that favourably. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I was supporting these nice words. You know, John's have always had lots of nice words from the council, but to be perfectly honest, I'm quite shocked that what is actually I see as a local ward issue has been overridden by councillors from outside the ward. I really am a bit appalled about also the effect of this, which is really to take away from the community's voice and the ability of this council to engage with the community on where best to put something that's really important and that the Green Space Review has already identified is needed. So I will support this. But you know, it's really for those councillors who voted against this, who are putting this amendment. I do thank you for it, but really, it's a bit nice words, but you could have actually made a difference. Thanks.
Councillor Wineta. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I think that's really interesting, but good on you for doing this, to be honest, you and Ben, and for bringing this amendment, the previous amendment. I've learned a lot, some of the things that we're not discussing here today, and I do understand your frustration, but it was framed in a way that housing versus green space, which is very difficult. That was the framing of the discussion, and that's why it was very difficult to support that amendment. Until last minute, I was just struggling with myself. Anyway, this one looks okay for now, but keep pushing in that way. Who knows? Like, if Nicola changes her mind, we will do one day too.
Great. Right of reply, Deputy Mayor? Great. Let's vote. All right. After this, we're returning to the substantive, to the housing action plan. So, if you'd like to speak to the housing action plan, yeah, we're going to wrap this housing action plan up before we go to lunch. Yep, you can leave if you want, Councillor. Okay. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak on the housing action plan? I feel like we've traversed the issues pretty well, so we can vote. Great.
So this is receiving.
Yeah. Yeah, do the whole thing, yeah. You can change your vote if you just press the button that you want to push. Great. Were you meant to vote against that, Councillor Abdurrahman? Okay, so cool, that's carried with one against. All right, let's come back at 2 o'clock to resume. Thank you. to introduce this paper to us. Thank you, Brad.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you, Madam Chair. It gives me great pleasure today to introduce the paper that's in front of you, which is part of an ongoing piece of work by council officers at Chater Street at the intersection with Raroa Crescent. Last year, the council requested that officers look at this intersection, which in all honesty was built in the time of the dinosaur, and so is not very safe. Whilst we haven't had a huge number of crashes there, we've had an exceptional number of near misses, particularly for vulnerable users. This was something that wasn't forecast as needing to, or wasn't planned through the LTP. So last year we brought a paper to council that basically said, look, we're going to take this through a business case, and out of the business case we'll come up with a solution as to what we're going to do with the intersection to improve safety. Council also instructed officers at the time to, whilst doing the business case, identify any short-term improvements that could be done as quickly as possible, and to fund those through our existing work programs and get those done. So the paper that you have in front of you is a summary of the business case. The business case is in the attachment, the full business case. We've taken a lot of feedback from stakeholders, local stakeholders, including residents associations and other groups and community members, and we've worked with them from a long list down to the preferred option. The business case indicates that the preferred option is traffic calming, which essentially will ensure slower speeds through the intersection. That, in addition to the speed management framework, which will roll out pretty soon, is seen as the best interim solution for Chater Street Raroa, noting that Let's Get Wellington Moving is coming through that intersection, and we've worked quite closely with the transitional cycleways, which will be going through there in the next little bit. Later this month, you will also see a traffic resolution, which will come through regs, and that traffic resolution is for the short-term quick wins that we can do via our minor works budget, and so we'll be implementing that. In the interim, since the last time this was brought to council, we've put up electronic warning signage at the intersection to warn motorists about cyclists that are in the vicinity. I'm happy to take any questions on this.
Thank you, Brad. Questions? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Brad, and I know this work is well overdue. And thank you for doing it. Justin, you mentioned about the work for Let's Get Wellington Moving. Can you, in terms of and how it's associated with this work, so when are they planning on doing their bits that might impact on this?
So we've been working quite closely with Let's Get Wellington Moving. The long and the short of it is we don't know what the future design of this intersection is. So what we're putting in place is the best thing that will easily accommodate whatever that future design is. We're not making any transformational changes, because transformational changes may not fit with the final design of the entire route. So we're recommending these changes because they're easily adaptable to whatever the future change is going to be in this at this intersection.
So who will be responsible for the for the next iteration or the final stage of the design?
So we continuously work with Let's Get Wellington Moving. There are a few things that are destined for this route and this intersection. The work that we're doing, followed closely by the transitional cycleway work, followed by Let's Get Wellington Moving. And we've been working very closely with both those teams to ensure that this fits in with whatever the plans are. We'll continue working with Let's Get Wellington Moving as we get closer to the final designs for this.
Okay, so are you still sort of expecting them to sort of, for the next stage after this one, perhaps to be around 2030, or is it sooner, or you got an idea in mind?
At this point, it is probably around that sort of time frame. It's probably the next five beyond years. While the transitional cycleway happens pretty quickly after this, so there's enough time for us to get this done and get really good benefit from it before the next tranche.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I noticed the paper's got some options of what you looked at, and I really thank you for that, because it's always nice to know what we're not doing instead of what we're proposing to do. Option 2, which was the traffic signals, you've noted it's likely to be costly and complex to implement. In terms of cost, what's the rough idea of the cost of what we decided not to do? Because, you know...
So the traffic signals option in particular was extremely costly. This traffic signals option was upwards of $6 million to implement at the intersection, and then we still weren't sure whether we could actually physically implement it. It was quite complicated and quite complex. One of the things about this intersection is there's very little access to electricity. And so that was a huge unknown in terms of what the cost would be to be able to get power to traffic signals there, and how these traffic signals would end up coordinating with traffic signals further back and further up.
Okay, and you think the recommended option still gives the measurable improvement in safety that's needed?
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the business case, which was an attachment to the paper, in the business case we cover off the benefit cost ratios of the different options, and this one actually had the highest benefit cost ratio.
Any other questions? Councillor Panovich.
Just one question within the paper. There's talk about the other 3 options.
Yep.
I don't know if we've covered that one yet. One of them, of course, is at the top of Ahari Valley Road, the connection there. I do have concerns that we're pushing that one back, because that site visually is currently okay, but there is likely to be housing installed there. My concern is if the housing is installed, effectively we're stuffed. We can't do anything. So I'm unsure why that one got pushed down. Oh, it's the top of McClintock Street North, Nahari Valley. Yeah, but within the paper there's discussions around it, and it's pushed back.
So within the paper we've given a few options, because one of the things when we brought the paper last time was indicating that this was never funded through the LTP, so there was a possibility of something having to drop off the planned work in order for us to fund this. What we've put in the paper are, at this stage, these are the types of projects that could be at risk. What we're doing at the moment is we're doing a prioritization listing of all our work for the coming financial year. That will tell us whether we can accommodate this additional $1.3 million into the program, or whether something would need to drop off. At this stage, we haven't made any calls to drop anything off. That was more of an indicator in terms of these are potentials that could have to drop off to prioritize this.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Brown.
Did the report include the cost-benefit analysis, or?
It should be in the business case. So the business case would have it in there, but I can always send it through to you, the Excel spreadsheet, afterwards.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you, Brad, for answering our questions. Okay, so I'm going to pass over to Councillor Matthews to move the paper.
Kia ora koutou. As I think Councillor Calvert pointed out in question time, this has been a long time coming, and I first of all want to thank current and prior ward colleagues. I think that it was an amendment from Councillor Wolfe that that we precipitated this work, coming up the list. This has long been, and also Councillor Free, I know that this is another one you've been pushing too, that many of us have felt long concerned about this area and the safety issues, and that it has taken a long time to get to us, but I'm very pleased that it now has. I especially want to acknowledge the people who have been injured, cyclists in particular. In the last couple of years, we're aware of kind of some serious injuries here, and that some of those people as well have become the most active advocates for us making improvements. So I particularly want to acknowledge Felix Marwick for all of his advocacy, and Dave Young as well, who it's essentially you're kind of on the watch for something terrible happening in this area. So I'm really happy we're getting onto it. I'd like to thank Brad and his team for all of their work. I'd like to thank everybody who's already kind of fed into the process, including the local residents associations. I think it's one point I do want to note that I think it's really important that this work is well connected to the transitional cycleway work, because while we are able to get some kind of minor improvements up more quickly, we're aware that this will still continue to be a very challenging piece of road for all road users, and I don't want it to sort of turn into the kind of the barrier that stops mode shift from Karori. I know people are very keen, but and particularly a suburb where there's no high schools, a lot of young people coming into the city every day, for example. So yes, keen to get this resolved, and I'm really happy that it's before us today. Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you for the acknowledgement, because it has been a long time coming, and I'm really pleased it's something is going to happen, because I've been up there and seen the muddle of what goes on, and it really is pretty dangerous for all concerned. Even for cars, they end up crashing into each other. Heaven only knows how you cross the road there. But cyclists in particular are very vulnerable. So thank you very much to our staff. I know it's not an easy place to design a solution, and maybe this is just an improvement. There might yet be more that we can do, but at least we're doing something. So very happy to second this.
Thank you. Now moving on to debate, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Yes, I just also want to acknowledge Felix Marwick, because I think he experienced an accident there as well. But I also specifically want to call out the Kōrau Residents Association, because even before that involvement, they have been advocating for improvements for this intersection for a few years now, and have had a number of on-site meetings and bringing the community together over it. So, this is what they're calling for. I know they'd like more. But I think it's a really good move in the right direction. I acknowledge that it was probably not, it was quite, I think it was number 100 on the list in the LTP, but obviously with the issues it's been experienced even more so over the last couple of years, it certainly warrants looking at, like our officers have done. So I'm just looking forward to let's get Wellington actually moving and putting some bus lanes through it, which was what the community actually wants. Okay, thank you.
Doesn't look like there's any other debate, so you don't need a right of reply. All right, let's vote. Okay, great. That's carried unanimously. And then next, does anyone have any issue if I put actions tracking and forward program together? Is that all right? So I'll ask Mr. Hodgetts to introduce.
I take it all as read, but happy to take questions.
Cool. Councillor Bennett.
Liam, some of the actions on the action tracking are which put on the agenda last training. Now, this is partly a democracy services thing, but I think we really need to structure it so we know when we agreed to it and when and it needs more detail about when it's going to be happening. Is that possible? I know some of them are a bit difficult because they're relying on government action.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can take that on board and talk to democracy services about targets and things, yeah.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Hodgetts? Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to move that. Councillor Brown will second. Let's vote. Yeah. So, thank you, that's carried. Before we move into public excluded, I just wanted to acknowledge that there was a comment made earlier today that caused some offence to the Wellington Chinese Garden Society, and so I just invite Councillor Young to just withdraw and apologise.
Yeah, I'd just like to apologise to the Chinese Garden Society. I think they're a great society. I have a lot of time for the local Chinese community, and I certainly didn't mean to offend them, so I withdraw and apologise to them.
Thank you, Councillor. So now we're going to move into public excluded, or vote for that. So you've got the reasons before you. Would anybody like to second this? Councillor Brown? Great. Is there any debate on this? I guess just a clarification that this, as much information as possible, will be put out into the public domain following these decisions. Yep. Great. Okay, let's vote. Hey, we can do that again. We can. Okay, and we'll just give a moment for the live stream. Oh, true. Okay, that's carried with Councillor Pennant against.
Yeah.
Okay, minoi tātou. Unuhia, te uru tapunui. Kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia aki ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia,